We are live, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening to everyone, residents, Board of Trustees, department heads, and those that's presenting this evening. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Board of Trustees, Committee of the Whole, virtual meeting via Zoom, live stream on YouTube. Today is Monday, November 15th, 2021, and the time is 6:32 p.m. If you can call the roll, Clerk Key.
Sure. Trustee Holmes,
Here.
Trustee Norwood,
Present.
Trustee Steve.
Oh, I'm present.
Thank you. Trustee Belcher,
Here.
Trustee House,
Present.
Trustee Brown.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you so much. If everyone would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag
United
of the
States
United States of America.
to the republic,
The Republic
and
for which stands
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
visible, with liberty
liberty,
and
and
justice
justice.
for all. Next, we have prayer. If William Moore, if you will leave us in prayer this evening.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Father, we come thanking you for this opportunity to come before you to pray. Lord, we thank you for all of these heads that you have selected, Lord. We ask that you continue to give us wisdom, Lord, and direction, how we can lead your people, that your name might be glorified, Father. We thank you for blessing this meeting tonight. Thank you for the spirit of unity, Lord, clarity of thought and understanding, that we may move this village forward as you intended. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Next, we have general announcements. Do anyone have any announcements?
Yes, I do, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee.
I'd like to thank everybody, all the residents who came out to our monthly event of Tea with the Trustees. It was well attended. Residents got a chance to voice their concerns, and they got a chance to get their concerns addressed. This is again going to be a monthly thing that we're going to do it again the second Saturday every month. So it was a well-attended event, and the residents really enjoyed it, and we enjoyed them. So that was a good event over this past weekend with Tea with the Trustees. That's it for me.
All right, anyone else?
May I be recognized?
No, go ahead, Trustee.
I just also like to thank the seniors that's been coming out for the food distribution every other Friday at 14141 Martin Luther King Drive. It's been a really great turnout. It's every other Friday, but considering that Thanksgiving is on Thursday, the Friday after Thanksgiving, there will not be a senior pickup. So the next time the pickup will be is December 3rd. So I just want to notate now. I don't know if we'll have another meeting prior to, but December 3rd will be the next senior pickup for the food distribution. Also, I would like to let the residents know that Ada Council and Spence Cook Grand Lodge is also doing the turkey giveaway on Saturday at 1 p.m. and they're giving away 100 turkeys to the community.
All right, anyone else?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Trustee Norwood.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to announce a family skate night with the trustees. It'll be held at Linwood Skating Rink on Friday, December the 17th, 2021, from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. I'm asking that anyone that plans to attend, if they can email me to RSVP at bnorwood, BNORWOOD @VODOLTON.org, or feel free to give me a call at 708-968-4297. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, anyone else?
Yeah, may I be recognized, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
Just want to ask the residents to continue to call Public Works. If your lights out, the alley lights, the street lights out, continue to call. We need to get those lights on because crime is everywhere. That'll be it, Mayor.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you, guys. Next on the agenda, we're going to start with presentation A, which is a presentation by Al Kendall, a special assistant to the Cook County Board President, on the new Fair Transit Program for Metro, free assistance with economic development and other services for the village and residents. Al, are you here? Mr. Kendall? Mr. Al Kendall, are you present? All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna skip him and go to the next one. Before I start this one, Jesse, are you here? Okay, yep, there you go. All right, we're going to B, which is a presentation by Jesse Elm of Cook County Department of Transportation and discussion and possible action for intergovernment agreement between the Village of Dolton and Cook County related to the CREEP WA11 $300,000 design and construction for the water main relocation for the $43 million interlocking upgrade for the railroad tracks. All right, you have the floor, Jesse.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. Thank you for having me this evening. Do you mind if I share my screen? I just have a presentation that I promise won't take too long. I just want to give a little bit of context.
All right, go ahead. Ontario, allow him to share his screen.
Can you all see this?
It's coming up now.
Are you able to see my screen now?
You'll see the thing. Let me see. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I don't see your screen. Do anybody see his screen as of yet?
I see a screen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see
Yeah, we see
it.
his screen.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
All right. Technology is working almost perfect. Okay. Anyway, thank you again for having me. I'm Jesse Elam. I'm from the Cook County Department of Transportation and Highways. I just wanted a little bit of time this evening to give an update on two projects that are part of the Chicago Region Environment and Transportation Efficiency Program, so-called CREATE program, part of the Village of Dolton. And I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about the background on this before we get down to the specifics of the projects. So if you look at the map of the railroads in the US, there's really no escaping the fact that Chicago's right at the center of it. And really all railroads, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, lead to Chicago. So it's amazing, but anywhere in the country, if you see two shipping containers, two of those shipping containers, one of them is going to or coming from Chicago. Like that's the degree to which all the railroads converge on the Chicago area. Chicago absolutely dominates the other metro areas in the U.S. in terms of rail traffic. It is the freight capital of not just the United States, but North America. But part of being at the center of the railroad universe, and that's really just because of the way the railroads grew up in the middle of the 1800s, the Western railroads and the Eastern railroads had to meet somewhere in that place of Chicago. But because of that, and because Chicago was really there at the outset, a lot of what was developed from the beginning is kind of inefficient. Tracks and signal systems are old. They were never designed to have as much traffic or as trains that are as long as they are. So the CREATE program is really meant to address that. So what this thing is at this point, nearly $5 billion program of 70 projects to try to unsnarl all the rail congestion that we have going on in Chicago, and we'll have more of if we don't invest to correct it. So this is a partnership between all the freight railroads, plus on the public side, the state, the city of Chicago, and Cook County, partnering on this program, again, of 70 projects that do things like eliminate places where two busy freight rails just cross each other without one going over the other. Do things like where we got 25 places where we've got a ton of cars on the road that periodically get stopped by trains at grade crossings. And then there are plenty of other places where you don't have anything nearly that dramatic as a project, but you're just modernizing outdated signals and track. So that's what the CREATE program is. It actually extends throughout the Chicago area, but many projects are concentrated in the south suburbs, as well as the Indiana Harbor Belt, kind of in the western edge of the city, almost into DuPage County. But really, there are four corridors. The passenger corridors in yellow that you see here mostly have to do with Metra and with Amtrak. The east-west corridor mostly has to do with the Belt Rail switching railroad of Chicago. The Beltway corridor in blue mostly has to do with the Indiana Harbor Belt. And then the purple, or Western Avenue corridor, really has to do with a lot of the railroads, but particularly UP and Union Pacific and CSX. And at this point, I mentioned there's 70 projects. At this point, the program is almost, it's been going on for about 20 years. It's almost halfway finished. And then on top of the ones that have already been done, there are another 20 that have had some work done on them. So they've either started preliminary engineering, or they've got some design, or they're under construction, or whatever it is. So a lot of progress has been made, but progress still remains to be done. So I do want to talk about how this benefits communities. Hopefully it's been obvious so far, but I'm just going to try to underline it more. It is particularly important to those communities that grew up around the railroads, where there are at-grade railroad crossings all over the place that are constantly blocked by trains, which are just going to get slower as more rail traffic goes on the network. And I think we all know and have seen that that leads to people doing things that they don't necessarily want to do, but they need to get from point A to point B. So they do things like climb between train cars, which can be incredibly dangerous, right? Where you've seen people go around down railroad crossing gates just because they don't want to be stuck for 30 minutes or an hour or whatever behind this train. So CREATE is meant to help with all that. That is what a lot of these projects are meant to do, make it possible for us to have the benefits of goods movement throughout the region and eliminate a bunch of the risks associated. So that brings me to the two projects that are in the Village of Dolton that I want to talk to you about and are actually this agenda item and then the next one. So there's one that's known, it's coded in the CREATE world as WA11. So that's the Western Avenue corridor that I showed you in purple earlier, but the Dolton Junction interlocking. So there's 5 major railroads that come through here, very outdated signal design and track that forces trains to go much slower than they otherwise would be able to. So the idea with this project, and it's total cost of this is in the low 40 millions. It's going to reconfigure a bunch of the connections between the different railroads, construct a new 3rd main line, and then upgrade a bunch of crossings along 142nd Street. And so the engineering for this is all done. The design is basically all done. All that really needs to happen now is we're finalizing some funding agreements with the federal government. And then it can begin construction. And there's also a funding agreement that needs to take place with the Village of Dolton, and I'll explain why that is. This is where a lot of the work is being done, and I apologize, this image is a little grainy, but at this place where the UP and the CSX cross, and hopefully you can see my cursor right here, this track is being relocated a little bit to make it where the trains can go faster through it. The curvature just won't be quite as acute. What that means is that it's going to conflict with a water main that's owned by the Village of Dolton. And so what needs to happen is that water main just needs to be moved, I don't know, something like 50 feet, not very far anyway. And what the partners are trying to do is provide funding to the Village of Dolton that would allow the village to move that in order to let the rest of the project move forward. So bottom line here, the water main that's right over by the baseball diamonds, right here where this red circle is, that needs to be moved because of a conflict with the track improvement. The design work for that is already done. It's been submitted to the village will approve it. The plan is for the village to advertise the construction contract for relocation. And we're working on when we can get started with that, but the hope as part of the overall project is that the construction can get done by September of 2022. The cost is estimated to be $300,000. That's for construction as well as the oversight of construction, or construction engineering is what that's called. And then the CREATE partners we're working on finalizing the details of how to actually get that funding to the Village of Dolton, but that will be provided by the CREATE partners with no cost to the village. So any funding overruns or anything like that, should that happen, that's not going to be the village's responsibility. That will be Freight Partners' responsibility here. So we do not, because we're still finalizing the details on that. I was hoping to be a little bit further along at this point in the year, but once those details are finalized, we would like to bring that funding agreement back to the board for consideration at a future meeting, which we hope will just be a few weeks from now. So that was the update that I have on this project. And Mayor, if you want me to take questions, I'm happy to do that.
Yes. Board of Trustees, y'all have any questions? Okay, then we're gonna roll you into the next one, Jesse. Is that okay? You can
That is
share.
absolutely okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna read it while you're getting your facts together on the screen for them. Next, we have C, presentation by Jesse again, Cook County Department of Transportation and Highway on Create. It is the GS-23A. It's for $2 million, a study for grade separation for the overpass at 138th and Cottage Grove, which will cost a total of $16 million. So Jesse, if you will.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. All right, another one of these CREATE projects is the grade separation that's at Cottage Grove Avenue and the series of tracks owned by the CSX and the IHB or Indiana Harbor Belt. We did, the county funded a feasibility study on that started maybe a year ago and wrapped up early this spring. And what that study found was that the best, most cost-effective, least kind of impactful solution to this at-grade crossing was to build an overpass of the road over the railroad tracks. That would eliminate all train and vehicle collision risk, which is a very good thing. Also eliminates some motorist delay. What needs to happen now is that we actually need to begin engineering on that project. And the good news is that there is an existing grant that's out there and the money becomes available at the end of 2022. So that's worth $2 million to get the project started. The county has agreed to lead that project. And so we're happy to start the procurement on that, which just given the county timelines, we probably need to put that out on the street in just a couple of weeks and hope that we would actually be able to begin the project in late 2022. So like fall, early winter 2022. So that's my update on that project. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, trustees? Okay, well, I am totally excited for you guys to start that project. I know I've been a trustee for 8 years and we all cry about sitting, waiting on the train to pass, and don't let them stop and beg back. Oh my God, it's just horrible. So the overpass is needed off 138, off 144th, off 142nd. We need overpass throughout our town so that it can help alleviate some of the pain we're struggling with, especially if a fire is on the other side of town. They don't have to go all the way around because it's all about seconds with a fire. So I welcome you. I can't wait to start this project and I can't wait to see it in fruition, especially within my term. So thank you again for coming on board. Appreciate you.
Yes. Mayor, one quick thing. So we skipped over the presentation that Al Kendall was going to do. I don't know if he's gotten here.
He's on now.
Oh, he's on. Okay, that's good.
Yep.
I was going to say, typically Al and I actually tag team these presentations. So I'm glad that today I was going to do this and not that one. So just want to make sure he was here. That's good.
Yes. Al, you can stay on if you like, if you're going to tag team.
Yeah, we are a team, and he should stay online. And
okay, there we go. Okay, let me just read it into record for the board, Al, and welcome. This is a presentation by Al Kendall, a special assistant to the Cook County Board President on the new Fair Transit Program for Metro. It is free assistance with economic development and other services for the village of Dolton. Al, do you have a screen you'd like to share?
Well, no, I'm not going to share.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Wonderful. What we're doing is working with Jess, Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle, and the county board. We have there's Kendall. Hey, Kendall, and welcome getting to the board. The president and the Cook County Board, she has allocated $30 million to the what we call. We're affectionately calling it fair transit for Cook County. In Cook County, the fair transit is specifically the geographical area ranging principally in the Southland and somewhat Southwest, in which for the Metro and Rock Island Transit, we have a 50% reduction on the fares, both originating within and coming to the Southland area. And the beautiful thing of the Fair Transit Cook County is that the fare, there's nothing you have to do other than use it. The point of our presentation today is that in this 3-year study is to get and to make sure to get the word out to the community to use the fare reduction. The fare reduction is part of our Fair Transit study that originated across Cook County, but that designated, or at least it lined out, that within the Southern Cook had the largest and the longest commute across Cook County. And that begins to affect our economic viability. And it also affects the quality of life. And part of the thing we want to do is reduce the number of vehicles that are that's commuting back and forth to work, because we're the longest commute, as well as reducing the emissions and to increase the economic viability within the Southland. So by using either the Rock Island and or Metro and the 50% reduction, we're able to accomplish both of those goals. And the president and the Cook County Board are heavily invested in in the economic viability and vitality and creating jobs in the Southland. And we think that this is one of the ways in which we can do this. And partly by doing it is reducing the cost of fares within the area. So this holiday shopping season, those who want to take advantage of it, all thing they have to do is just purchase a fare. We also have expanded the use of for 352, and that is the Halsted Street bus. So that during peak hours, it is as quick as, every 10 minutes, every 10 to 15 minutes. So we've expanded both the frequency of the use and the length of it. So all along the Halsted Street corridor, that bus runs more frequently and is more efficient and offer more opportunities for our riders. And that is a main line and thoroughway feeder line for job opportunities and our employees who are within the Southland area. Now, the importance is that it is a 3-year study. And at that point, at the beginning, at the end of the 24, 36 months, we're going to evaluate the use of it and the effectiveness of it. So it's important that all of the part of our listening audience help us out by getting the word out to all of our friends, neighbors, and employers that this opportunity exists and is here. Now, I have many flyers that are available in Spanish as well as in English that we can get out to employers and they can share with all of their employees. And we are prepared, myself and Jess, to come out and give presentations to both Block clubs and to employees and employers. And we also have video that we can share that you can use as part of our marketing strategy that we can use to help market and get the information out about this. And this won't be our last presentation. This is just our first. Jess, did you want to add something?
No, Al, I really don't. I think you covered all the points that we needed to make here. It is a key program, and we absolutely want to make sure that there's an awareness out there of the benefits that it provides. I mean, it is just way cheaper to take the fastest and most reliable transit option that's out there, Metro. So if you want to go downtown to see a game or do some shopping, or you want to just go a couple of stops down to see a friend or whatever it is, it's half as much as it used to be. So, I mean, it's a great deal. And if you would just let everybody who might be able to take advantage of it know that it's there.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any questions, Board of Trustees? All right. Well, thank you, guys. You can exit unless you want to stay on and listen to the board meeting.
No, I mean, we'll listen to the board meeting, but there's one other thing I want to alert you to that I'll be back for again. And that is that CEDA, beginning the first week in December, CEDA will begin a process of having utility assistance, specifically underwater. And I'm sure you're going to cover this in your presentation, but I at least want to highlight it to let everyone know that utility assistance is available. Again, in coordination with President Preckwinkle and the leadership of the mayor and others, that this is going to be available. And want to make sure that everyone get the word out to all of their residents.
Okay. Yep.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
can I ask Mr. Kendall a question before he
Sure,
leaves?
go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand. So, Mr. Kendall, as of now, is it anything in particular that a person, that let's say a resident is interested in purchasing a pass? Now that the program has started, do they have to say anything in particular, or did you all just change the fees all around the board?
Well, I'm sure you get a lower fare if you tell them Al Kendall sent you, but otherwise,
Okay.
there's nothing that you have to do. The only thing you have to do is just go and purchase it. The important thing right now is our public information campaign to get people to increase the uses of Metro and Rock Island and 352, and to realize that the fare is reduced. And why it's reduced? Because it's not forever, it's for 3 years. And the president and the board has spent the $30 million. And so now is the time to understand whether or not there's a fair differential matters or not.
Okay. All right.
And
Well,
this
thank
holiday
you.
season, we should take advantage of it.
Okay, I'll tell them you sent them. Thank you, Kendall.
That would be helpful. Then
Thank you.
lastly, is there a question on that before I present the next thing?
That's it for us on that. Any other questions, board? No. That's it. What else? You have something else?
Yes, I want to make sure that they know that the county board has a program for those that are in debt or facing foreclosure. We have a free legal clinic, and I'm pulling up the I have to go off screen for a moment. I'm pulling up the phone number that they're able to call to take advantage of that service.
Mm-hmm.
And so it too is at no cost to them. The only thing they have to do is just use it.
Yeah.
So find out by way for Fair Transit, if they want the details on that, they will go to www.fairtransit.com. For the assistance with what we're calling it, it is the CLAD, is the Cook County Legal Aid and Housing and Debt. And they're open from 9 to 4:30. And that phone number is 855-956-5763. 855-956-5763. And I will send that number to the mayor so that they're able to share it again with the entire listening audience, so they can take advantage of those services. And then lastly, I want to make sure that everyone is able to take advantage of our hyper-local strategy. And I believe we're working with the mayor and the board for trying to get food for less, perhaps to do shots. Since now we're going into the winter and there may be a spike in our communities of COVID-19. And if we want to get ahead of this, the key would be to get booster shots for everyone, for those that have not had their first shot, and then for the children from 5 to 11 to get their shots. And we are willing to come to homes of 7 or more if they call us. So we'll come to a home, and or we want to have an industrial event or a commercial industrial corridor event, and or an event just in coordination with our churches and the mayor and the council in the village of Dolton. But they can call 833-308-1988. 833-308-1988 to schedule someone to come out, coordinate an event, or they can go to myshotcookcounty.com. myshotcookcounty.com. That's part of our hyper-local strategy. So part of our hyper-local strategy, they can use that phone number or that website in order to coordinate. My number is 313-434-3851. 313-434-3851. And I gave you the Fair Transit, is www.fairtransit.com. And for the legal assistance is 855-956-5763. 855-956-5763. I want to thank you, Mayor, for giving me a small window into your council meeting. And I'm honored to share a few moments with you and your board. And good evening, board, and to get a chance to say good evening to you directly as well.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Kendall. Appreciate you. That was a wealth of information. I'm pretty sure community will utilize it. And I thank you for coming on. And
I will
thank
send you this information in an email that you can share with your newsletter or your Facebook page.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great evening.
All right, you too. All right, next on the agenda is a presentation of the CEDA program to pay up to $1,500 for water bills for residents meeting the 200% property levels guidelines. As you know, a lot of people in our community are struggling with paying their water bills. Number one, that's why we all initiated the amnesty program for residents to take advantage of it if you're behind, to give you some kind of direction of saving money as it relates to penalties. So please take advantage of that. That's still going on currently right now until December 7th. But this is just an added bonus to help pay for that. So I'm gonna turn it over to my staff so they can explain to you how to go about it. Administrator Brown and William Moore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, Board of Trustees, and to the community. As Mr. Kendall was talking about, the county has engaged CEDA to put on this program to help residents with their water bills. This that I'm presenting here is some information from a presentation that I attended, and I thought that there was some good information here for us to present to the residents. And so you can get help with your past due bills. Know that the amnesty program that we have going, you can certainly receive these funds and help to pay off your water bill during the amnesty program and still get your penalties waived. As you can see here, this is about the—
One second.
Yes,
Mr. Perry, can you mute your phone? Anybody that's not speaking, can you please mute your screen so we don't hear your back noise?
Thank you. So this is from the American Rescue Act and the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2021. It provides low-income households with water and wastewater assistance. As you can see at the bottom, it says you can get up to $1,500 per household for payment. Now, who is eligible? This is a list. You have to be a household that your gross income must meet the 200% federal poverty income guidelines. And so over to the right, you can see the family size and how much you can make in a 30-day period for your family size. We'll have this information available out on the web, on our website, but also you'll be able to call CEDA and get this information as well. Now, it's important to note, now the Village of Dolton has already filled out the information necessary in order for for our residents to be able to apply for this program. The payments will come directly to the village, and then we are responsible for applying it to your particular account. One thing that everyone must know, that you can only apply for this one time. So you have to put your entire bill in for that one time. It's not, okay, I have a bill this month and next month I'm going to put that bill in. It does not work. You provide a one-time payment for each eligible household. And they just gave an example, but it's up to $1,500. And the payment will only come to the village, which will be your vendor. Now I'm going to turn it over to Will, and Will tell you, our water department head will tell you how you can get in contact and apply for this. Will?
Okay, thank you, President Administrator Brown. You can call one of the 68 partner intake sites to schedule intake appointment. You can contact them by going to CEDA.org.net/sites. That's CEDAORG.net/sites. And you can complete a pre-application online at CEDA.org.net/LEHAP/pre-app. And they anticipated December the 6th, 2021. The call CEDA's call center at 800-571-CEDA. That's 800-571-CEDA. That's 2332 to complete an application over the phone as well. Thank you.
And Mayor, that ends our presentation on CEDA. Does anyone have any questions?
No questions? All right, thank you so much. Residents,
You're
please.
welcome. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board.
You're welcome. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation of senior photos for sidewalk repairs. So when I first got in office, I initiated a program to make sure you get your sidewalks repaired, your alleys repaired, and also the streets. One big initiative that's been going on really strong is your sidewalks. We, as it relates to code enforcement and also residents, you guys turn in your sidewalks by sending photos to our email so that now we have exactly what we need to fix. So please continue to do that. I'm gonna turn the floor over to Village Administrator Brown so she can kind of tell you what's been going on, but it's been really successful. So I thank y'all, and I'm happy that you guys are so over happy because you guys waited 3 years, some longer, to just get a little relief. So I'm just happy that I'm able to give that to you. Village Administrator Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have been working with the code enforcement department as well as the water meter readers to get the sidewalks in the village of Dolton assessed. There are a lot of sidewalks, so we decided that we would use the code enforcement staff when they go out on their calls, and of course the meter readers, to then take pictures and upload those to a database. We have a leader, Quinola Smith has been our lead. They have been actually able to assess a lot of sidewalks. We actually assessed the entire block. The instructions to our water meter readers and code enforcement staff is when you go out to one location and you take a photo, we want you to assess the entire block and take any photos of any sidewalk on that block so that we know that we have gotten all the blocks within the village of Dolton. We then decided that it would be great if, because it's an enormous task, to get the residents to help us with this project so that even if it's duplicated, even if we've actually taken a picture of your sidewalk, that's okay, because we have a system to download and compare duplicates. We would like for you to take a photo of any sidewalk, the sidewalks in front of your house that need repairs. And we have a flyer that has been sent out to you. And we want you to email your photo, your address, and if you would do us a favor and do the entire block, then that would be wonderful. If you see any sidewalks on the block in general, send us a photo and the address for that particular photo, but also indicate what block has been covered in your email. And you're sending that to nmcgraw, NMCGRAW@vodolton.org. Now that flyer has been emailed out. It's also on our website. It's our Send Us Your Photos of Sidewalks Needing Repair campaign. And we'd like for them to be sent to us by December 31st so that they can all be put in a database. Now, this is not to say they will all get repaired at the same time, but at least we'll have a central database so that we will provide it to the village engineer and they will then assess how much it costs. And then we can then start to look at the funding that we have every year to actually fix as many sidewalks as possible, because the ultimate goal is to fix all sidewalks in the village of Dolton. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any questions from anyone? All right, next we have a presentation of policy regarding the calculation and billing of estimated water bills for occupied properties. This also is another big to-do on our list, and we've been hitting the ground running, and my staff have something to share. So again, Village Administrator Brown, go ahead, you have the floor.
Well, we decided to put everything that someone has to do all in one row. So, so this is related to a resolution concerning estimated water bills. As you all know, that since I've been here, I have been working with the water department. I know that that's an Achilles heel for the village of Dolton. And one of the things that I found out is that there is a significant use of estimated water bills for occupied properties. Now, there was a decision made early on by my predecessor, and I guess the predecessor water department head, to treat occupied properties estimated bills similar to vacancies. In other words, to only charge the minimum, which really is causing us to lose a lot of funds. Now, I did an assessment of the estimated water bills for the last 3 billing periods for the 3 districts. Our water bills are billed in 3 districts. We have 7,597 meters, of which 1,880 are actually digital meters, which means that 75% or 5,717 are non-digital meters. Now, what non-digital means is that the meter reader has to come inside the home. So what happens is that there's several reasons why we wind up with estimated water bills. People refuse to let you in, the meter reader in, or they simply are not home. But there's no incentive to let us in because you're going to get a minimum water bill. So there's no real incentive to let a meter reader in. So we have years and years in which people have never read a particular meter. A second reason why we have estimated water bills is because we only have 4 meter readers. And currently it's been several months when we have only had 3 meter readers. And so what's happening is that, and then the third reason is that we leave a yellow card asking the resident to send the meter reading in, but they very seldom send them in. And when they do bring them in, bring them in, we don't always have the opportunity to data enter them before the billings go out. Ergo, estimated water bills. Now, I did the assessment for District 1. The last time we sent out for District 1, over 53% were estimated water bills. The last time we sent out for District 2, over 71% were estimated water bills. And the last time we sent out for District 3, over 71% of those were also estimated water bills. But here's what's happening with those estimated water bills because of the way. Kendall, can you please mute yourself, please? Kendall, thank you. Here's what's happening with the estimated water bills because of the way that they have been calculated. For District 1, 70% of the estimated water bills were less than $300 for a 3-month period. 24 of those, 24 were actually credits, and 33 were actually billed at, no, 103 were actually billed at 0. In other words, you were billed 0. For District 2, it gets worse. Well, 68% were estimated, but 33 were credits and 60 were actually 0. But District 3 gets even worse than that. 80% were estimated. That's 80% of what went out were estimated. Of those, 231 were credits, going all the way up to $1,000, and 908 were billed at 0. So we have a serious, so that means that I wanted to say it's a potential that we're losing money, but I won't say potential. We are losing money on water bills. Water is one of the main revenue sources for most municipalities. And this means that we are really not getting the funds that we should be getting. And given the fact that the city of Chicago raises water rates every year and we have a significant amount to still pay them, we have to make sure that we're maximizing what we're paying for, that what we're collecting, billing and collecting for water. And of course, with the amnesty program that we put in place and the way that we plan to, in the future, collect and actually forward bills to collections and participate, enact the shut-off program, we should be collecting bills. We should be collecting a lot more. What we're proposing tonight is that we establish a standard estimated water bill for each account based upon the two most recent actual readings. In other words, the last two times we were able to get into your home, and the difference between those two times and divided by however many months those were separated, times 3, which because we bill in 3 months, would become the actual estimated water bill. And anytime we cannot get into your home, that is the amount that you will be billed. Not a minimum, not 0, but you will be billed your standard for that property the last time based upon your utilization of water. And it's not based upon anyone else, it'll be based upon your utilization of water. Because what happens a lot of times is we don't get in. When people get ready to sell the property, they have this huge bill because they finally have to let you in to read. And then they want a credit. They want to say, oh, why do I have this high bill? But they never complain that they were not being charged properly over the years. And this is not just 1 year, this is several years. And so one of the things that will be that with the new civic system is that we're having to get them to bring over more historical data so that we can do some things like this. And so that is, does anyone have any questions on the analysis that I have discussed today?
This is Trustee Brown. I would like to ask a question. I know there will be some time before we get the digital meters. Is there a plan to increase the number of employees since we only have 4, which causes a great problem? By us only having 4, there's no way that they can take on what we're actually asking them. So is there any plan to increase the number of employees?
Right now, I know that it was not in the budget for this year, but even with an increase in the number of employees, given that we have up to 3,000 in District 3, 2,600 in District 2 and 1,800 in District 1, I'm not sure if at this point that I don't know what an increase it would take to be able to properly assess. Last district, the last time, only the meter readers were only able to do 700 of the 3,000, just to show you as an example. So, but also taking in consideration that, you're absolutely right. It will go faster with the digital meters, but they will still have to go to every home because that is a proximity touchpad. In other words, I have to be close to that pad in order to read it. So they're going to still have to go to every home. So that is something that I would propose that we consider in the future budgeting arena, that we consider somewhat of an increase, but we would need to do an assessment of how long does it take to read a digital and based upon the number of homes in Dolton, and what would be a prime level of staffing for our meter readers.
Okay.
And
Another question. Sorry.
I just want to add to that. I totally agree with what she just stated, but also a major problem that we do have is a lot of people can't get inside the homes. So when you go to the door, it's not that they're not doing their job. A person won't either let them in or they don't have a digital meter on the outside. Some of the houses have that, where you can just walk up to the side of the house and you can just read it. And some people don't have it. And half the time people weary of letting people inside their homes. So then that's how we end up generating a lot of the estimated billings. So what she's stating now is that we have to figure out a way to get some kind of calculation so it's not so low. So when the bill actually do come out, they can afford it, A, and then B, we get our money too, so we pay City of Chicago.
Okay, my other question is there something we can put together as a village to make the residents aware? Hey, I'll be in your area X whatever day, if this is your district, we'll be in your area to actually read the meter, you know, say Friday between the time frame of 12 and 3, you know, to give them, to let them know the importance of this. If we don't get in, this is what you get. But at least give a time frame as to when they can be in that area, you know, say Friday, whatever, Monday the 29th, we'll be in your area between these hours. We need to gain interest. You know, a lot of things I see that we do, we don't have a time frame, you know, of when we do things. Even for, you know, not to get off track, but for the street sweeper today, we don't know when they come out. So what I did this morning, I heard them out. Hey, let me go knock on everybody's door. Hey, we need you to move your vehicles so we get the street clean. So we can sort of put it out there and say, hey, like they do in the city, you know, when the street sweeper is coming, move your car unless you're gonna have a ticket. You know, we complain about the streets are not clean. We as well got to do something about it, us as being residents. So we can probably put something out and say, hey, I'll be in your area at X amount of time, this date between these hours, and let them know the importance of reading this meter. If we don't, then you get the estimated bill. That takes the blame off of us. It's saying that, you know, you guys give estimated bills. Well, hey, point the finger back at them. We wasn't able to gain an interest to your property. So just some things to, you know, to put out there to let them know.
Okay, so that's a good point, and it's funny that you're speaking on that because of Stacy Corral. That guy is so awesome. He actually created a system for that, and they got stuff posted throughout Dolton. I don't know if you saw the signs on the trees saying that they're cleaning the streets. Like, for instance, today was one of the days, tomorrow's another day. I'm gonna take pictures, which I told him to do that, send it to Ontario so you can post it. So residents can see that we have some kind of process in order, but just take time to get through the entire Dolton as it relates to districts. And we did discuss the same thing you're speaking of for the meter readers, but we just implementing the changes. Because, you know, once you change something, it's new to people and everybody don't gravitate to change quickly. So sometimes you still might have errors and we just have to weed out the bad thing. So I totally agree with you. You're right. You're on the right track. That's what Stacy is doing currently. Yep.
Question.
Is that it for you, trustee?
Yeah, that's it for me.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone? Oh, go ahead, trustee.
What is the minimum amount? Now, what's the minimum bill now?
It's 10
Like
units,
10 consumption, 10 units, right?
10 consumptions, yeah, at that $5.61.
Yeah. So, I mean, I remember Blocker was a heavy component of this years ago, but you're right. If you increase the minimum, then they won't get hit with that big bill. It's just a matter of letting people know, because they may be, you know, a lot of people are used to that minimum bill, and then they see a jump in it. Maybe that may make them come in. But that jump, like the mayor said, getting people used to change, because that's going to be a change if they're used to the minimum bill. Then if they get the balance of the last two bills that they actually paid, which may have been a year, 2-3 years ago, but it's going to be a jump. So it's just a matter of, you know, communicating. I think that's a good thing to do to get rid of all these estimated water bills.
Yeah. Thank you, trustee. Any other trustees? What you done, trustee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anyone else?
Can I be recognized, please?
Go ahead, trustee.
Yeah, kind of similar with trustee Steve. I think that there could still be some challenges, but I definitely think this proposal makes more sense and keeps people more in line with what their actual bills. So I think there may be challenges if people haven't been read in 5 or 6 years, but I think it's a great start. So thank you for the proposal.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mayor, can I be recognized?
Go ahead, trustee.
Just a question. Remember, I know at one point we used to issue the yellow cards. So sometimes residents could be proactive and they could read their own meter and put the number on the card and then go to the water department. And that way they have more of an accurate bill. Do we still do that? Or is that still an option?
We still do it, yeah.
Okay, so do you think that we should probably encourage the residents? Because I've been hearing a lot of residents complain about the estimates. So is it fair to say to the residents that to avoid the estimates and to kind of help us all and help the meter readers, is it fair to say that they can help by reading their own bill and just taking it there so they can have a more accurate bill?
Yes, totally.
Okay.
Totally.
Okay. Well, residents, get the gift cards out. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. Anyone else?
Yes, I got one question.
Sure.
On the civic civic systems, that's the new, isn't there somewhere that you can go online and put that reading in?
Well, I proposed to Derek to create and it was even with the other one, to create a way for us to have residents to go online to put their reading in. And he's in the process of working on that. It's not the civic system, it's something that Mr. Blocker will build for us. And so we're looking at that as well. We're trying to look at all of the options of having people to be able to, put their readings in. And to Trustee Norwood's point, I was just thinking that we could actually put a sample of the yellow card online that they could print off in case they lose it. Because I know back in the day when I used to have to do that, I would lose that card because I would just hold on to it and hold on to it and hold on to it, and all of a sudden I don't have it anymore. And so we'll look at that as well.
All right. Okay. So is it safe to say that everybody in agreement with moving forward for this process?
Mayor, I got one more thing. I'm sorry. I just received it. I know some time ago we had spoken about it, maybe over a year ago. But I was told that we want to install a new meter that had a transponder hooked up to it. And it definitely will cut down on the number of employees because you drive by and it actually takes that reading on it. So I know we had spoken about it sometime. I definitely will get with the resident that sent this information over, if they can remember the name, but we had talked about it some time ago. But you can just drive through and the reading comes up and it's like 99% accuracy that it will be read. And it has a transponder on that new meter. So that's probably something we can look into as we're trying to get this these new meters out here for the residents.
I know
So I
that
definitely will get with Administrator Brown on that information.
Yeah, I know several communities do utilize that now, and we did the research on it. And I know that we went after it, I think it was maybe 2 years ago. And we had to take out a loan for, I think it was $2 million. I know Dorothy Brown to go and revisit that so that we can do the same process. And while we was trying to use some of the grant money, remember when I was stating that $500,000, because it was 2 million, 2.5 million.
Right.
So the 500,000 will go for a down payment, and then we would have to finance the difference, which is the 2 million. So that was another option of how we could utilize the funds to make sense. So we can basically put that in every household, because me too, I'm tired of not having a digital reading where people got to go to the store and buy safety being the way it is now in our community. I will not encourage residents to open doors, ask questions, look at a badge before you do so, because now people perpetrating as everything. They can't always.
And it's definitely this will cut down on a meter reader have to gain interest into your resident. They won't have to. Only time they have to be entered into your resident is when they install that meter. After that, they don't have to do any more coming into your residence at all.
Yeah.
But I definitely will get with that person, once the meeting is over tomorrow, and see if I get further information on this program.
Yeah, she has
thank you.
I talked to Dorothy Brown. She has it. So then where we are at it. We're just seeing the options right now.
Right.
Okay.
The village engineer and myself are already working on the application. I've obtained information from Ms. Johnson as well as Chris. I think with these new initiatives that we put in place, we will probably have to update our projected revenue for IEPA. And our plan is to have this application done by November 30th. I'm working with Ron on that, and I believe the previous application that was submitted did include the digital meters that we had, the type that we have now, the close proximity. We would have to do another assessment based upon this information as it relates to those transponder type of readings. I'm not sure if those are more expensive, and it would actually say that we would, we would have to be looking at more funds. But the loan that was that we had available to us some years ago is still available. We have been in touch with IEPA and we are in the process of putting that application. But I can look to see what kind of difference in price are we talking about now, if in fact we went with the transponders. But you know, so I would have to look at that too, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thank
If
you.
I can be recognized, Mayor?
Is that Ron? Oh, yep. Go ahead, Ron.
Yes. That is the program that we're currently working on. We're going on 100% remote reading. So you can just sit actually at your desk and hit a button and read all of the meters. So you're gonna have to drive around.
Okay.
Okay. That's what
Okay, so
we're,
it's different than those 1,800 that we have in place now, Ron.
that is correct.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right.
All right. So I'm gonna poll the board. Trustee Brown, would you like to move forward with this?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Norwood?
Yeah, Mayor, yes, I want to move forward. Can I ask you one question, Mayor, while we have everybody in the room?
Go ahead.
I was wondering, the meters that we're referring to, because I know we keep saying right now, the big thing is letting people inside of our homes. Can residents purchase a raceway? I know once upon a time I purchased like a raceway from the village, and that put the meter outside so that I could even go outside and write the number, or the meter readers can come out. Do we still have raceways at the moment, or is that still an option?
I know of, I haven't heard that from Stacy at all, or anybody in Public Works, but I don't want nobody to have to go read it. I'm really for the digital look. So we can get the money for it. I prefer to go that route, so no one has to be at risk of climbing in crawl spaces to find a meter to read it. Because that's the problem now. I know when a couple people out there's not crawling, they're like, so it's a little tough. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wondering. Thank you.
Trustee Holmes, are you for moving forward?
So Mayor, you want me to do a vote? I mean,
Yeah, you could do a poll. Yeah, because I was just trying to make sure so we can go to the next agenda.
Okay, so we can move it forward?
Yep.
Okay. Trustee Steve?
All right, let's move forward.
Trustee Norwood?
Yes. Yes, to move forward.
Trustee Belcher?
Yes.
Trustee Holmes?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
And Trustee House?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes to move forward.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is a presentation regarding 2022 application for the call for projects to request technical assistance from CMAP relating to transportation needs and projects in Dolton. This is our grant writer, Kendall Parrott. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Village Board and Administrator Brown.
Good evening.
I just wanted to give you all an update. About 3 weeks ago, CMAP sent out a questionnaire on technical assistance as it pertains to transportation and transportation enhancements. I did fill out the information. I forwarded it to Administrator Brown. We met on Friday, and I just want to let you all know that the way this process works is when CMAP puts something together like that, it also leads to grant opportunities and grant funding. So we are just in the process of waiting to hear back from them to move forward where they can assist us in the transportation infrastructure within the village of Dolton. Also today, the infrastructure bill from the president was signed. We did also reach out to Rick Bryan from Congressman Robin Kelly's office to find out what the lay of the land is going to be and the guidelines and procedures for any and all infrastructure money as it relates to the state of Illinois and especially within her congressional district. So that's just updated information for you all. Are there any questions? And then we are also looking at some funding opportunities for your new historical building and museum.
Yes. Any questions, board? All right.
Yeah, yes. Did I hear you say, Mr. Perry, that there is some money coming from this infrastructure bill that can be directed strictly, I mean, not strictly, but we can get for Dolton? Did I hear that correctly?
Well, here's the thing. The bill got signed today by the president. Now they have to put all the parameters together. Some money will go directly to the state through probably DCEO and IDOT and through Cook County Department of Transportation. But there will be some earmarks and some funding available through the Congresswoman's office directly. How those guidelines will be implemented, we don't know as of yet, but we are continuing to discuss and meet with Rick Bryant on those procedures and the process as they come about from Washington, D.C.
Okay. So once that comes through, that won't have to be would that be a grant application process, or would that be a whole nother process that will be there?
It will probably be a grant application process with the guidelines coming from the Congresswoman, which would be totally separate from any other funding that will come from the federal government to the state of Illinois.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Mayor, may I be recognized?
Mhm.
Yeah. Can your staff, or either Kendall Perry, see if we can reach out to the Congresswoman for a meeting, as a unit with us with the board meeting and the mayor? Because see, I understand the money is going here and there, but we have a voice here in Dolton, and we are in dire need of those funds too. So I would like to see that happen.
Okay. I don't see any problem with that. Anything else? Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Kendall. I appreciate the update.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Village Board.
Okay. Next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing an official to execute the sub-recipient agreement for the 2021 Community Development Block Grant. It's for capital improvements, and it's for a total of $220,000. Administrator Brown and Ron Smith, you have the floor.
What did you skip G? Did skip H? I mean.
No, I did.
Yes.
I sure did. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll go back to that one after that one. Let's start with that one first. Administrator Brown, go ahead, since I read it.
I'm going to throw it to Ron Smith. I want to first, though, the only reason my name is on here is because I wanted to thank Ron, because he meets with me every 2 weeks and he keeps me updated, and we I'm a little tough on him, but we're getting along very well, and we're making sure that everything that the Village of Dolton is due, that we're staying on top of our applications and getting them done. And so I want to thank Ron and his firm, Robinson Engineering. Ron, want to do the CDBG grant?
Yes, I can take care of both of them. Thank you, Village Administrator Brown, Mayor Hinyard, Madam Clerk, trustees, and all residents who are listening right now, also department heads. The mayor had discussed the item that we would like to get on the next agenda. That would be the sub-recipient agreement for the 2021 CDBG project. We submitted for funding about a year ago, the maximum amount of $400,000. The village was fortunate, and we were awarded $220,000 for various roadways that are eligible to be resurfaced in the village. As part of the grant process, the village was sent a sub-recipient agreement that must be executed. As part of the execution of that sub-recipient agreement, a resolution and a certification of that resolution needs to be approved by the board, signed by the mayor, the clerk, and the village attorney, and then scanned and submitted to Cook County Department of Economic Development. It's just a standard procedure that we typically go through once we do receive fundings. And I think all of the locations that we were awarded Again, these streets were submitted a year ago. Those streets were submitted to your attention, I think a location map. So you know all the streets that we are slated to be resurfacing spring of 2022. And also those streets don't conflict with the current ones that we are resurfacing. And I will entertain any questions that the mayor or the board may have at this time.
Any questions? Okay, Clerk Key, can you poll the board for moving forward to the next agenda for this item?
Sure. Trustee Steve,
All right, let's move forward.
trustee Norwood,
Yes.
trustee Belcher,
Yes.
trustee Holmes,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee House.
Aye.
The motion passed.
All right, thank you. Ron, you might as well stay on because you got the floor for 2 more items. I'm gonna just read into record really quick. A presentation of the Surface Transportation Program, Federal Aid Urban Routes, $400,000 grant for resurfacing 144th between Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Indiana. Ron, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just like the mayor said, as part of the CMAP grant funding, surface transportation projects, a couple years back, we had, there were a call for projects and we submitted all of the FAU routes, the federal aid urban routes located within the village that are not maintained or owned by the state or the county. We submitted those for grant funding. Right now, 144th from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive to Indiana is on the active list for 2022. Right now, we need to start the engineering. And then I think sometime beginning of next year, there will be some agreements that need to be signed and processed by the village just for this project. But right now it's kind of informational to let you know, hey, we're slated on an active list for 2022 for 144th Street to be resurfaced. And then we'll also fix curb, sidewalk, drainage structures as well. But it's not a total reconstruction. It's just mill and overlay and some of the curb and sidewalk and bringing the intersections up to ADA compliance. Because you know that section in between the railroad tracks and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive is in pretty bad shape. So it's very well needed, and we'll be receiving about $400,000 in funding to pay for this project. And I will entertain any questions that the board may have.
Yes, I got a question.
Sure,
Yes.
go ahead.
From my understanding, Rob, from what I'm hearing, this street was picked years. So you said almost a year, 2 years ago.
It's about, well, what we did a couple years ago, there was a call for projects only for FAU routes. The village only has certain streets that are designated FAU routes. For example, Sibley Boulevard's an FAU route. 138th, Lincoln, 142nd, 144th, I think Dorchester, and there may be 2 more. Those are the only ones considered FAU routes, and those are eligible for federal funding. So when there's a call for projects, we submit those streets in an effort to try to get funding for those sections of roadways. So that way they can be paid through federal dollars versus the village having to use their funding.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Not a problem.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Currently, I know they're working on 144th and MLK towards Greenwood. Is that part of this funding or previous funding? Because they're working on it.
No, that's not part of this funding. That's the funding for the Rebuild Illinois grant.
The what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
That's
you.
the funding for the Rebuild Illinois grant.
Oh, the Rebuild Illinois?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
Anyone else? Okay. Clerk Key, can you poll the board?
Sure. Trustee Steve,
Yes, let's move forward.
trustee Norwood,
Aye.
trustee Belcher,
Yes.
trustee Holmes,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
and trustee House.
Yes.
Motion approved to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Last one, Ron, and then you can go. Discussion and possible action regarding a resolution for various sidewalk approval and replacements for the village-wide sidewalk program with 200,000 of MFT funds. Ron, you have the floor.
I think earlier in the meeting, this was spoke about in detail by Administrator Brown. We have funding available through our motor fuel tax to remove and replace various sidewalks throughout the village. In discussions with Public Works, they said $200,000 would be a very good start to try to put a dent in various locations throughout the village where we have issues where sidewalk is missing. It's either a hazard, a liability to the village because the sidewalk is buckled from roots, or either it's spalled or broken up. So what we would want to do is, because we're spending over $30,000 of MFT funding, we have to pass a resolution so that way we're appropriating this $200,000 and obligating this funding to use for sidewalks throughout the village. Just like Administrator Brown said, staff is out taking photos of areas where sidewalk is needed. And then also, I think the board was in agreement with having the residents being able to email photos of locations where sidewalk needs to be replaced. So the intention is to have a running list of sidewalks and to keep chipping away, at the list, with whatever funding that we have. But with us having, a decent amount of MFT funding, this is a great way to try to put a big in locations where we have sidewalks missing throughout the village.
Yes. Thank you, Ron. Any questions?
This is Trustee Brown. May I ask a question, Mayor?
Mm.
Okay, for the 200,000, have those blocks been identified yet that we're going to use this funding for?
Not yet. It's a running list.
Right.
Okay. So this be added on to the list we've started previous months ago, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Mayor, oh, I'm sorry, trustee.
Go ahead, Trustee Steve.
The question I got, concern I have, and maybe House or Chris, but from my understanding, we're over budget on the MFT funds already. So the concern I have is we want to spend another 200,000 out the MFT funds when we have some we spent the new sewage truck out of the MFT funds, the parking lot for the Public Works Department out the MFT funds. So I just wanted to add, from the finance people, are we over budget? And could we hold off till next budget to do this? But this extra money is coming out of MFT funds, even though we already spent, I think, almost $1 million out of MFT funds, if not more. I could be wrong, but I think it's $1 million or more. And that's a question for either Trustee House or Chris.
So Chris, where are we at with the MFT fund?
MFT funding, you guys have excess cash from prior years from not transferring it. So from a budgetary standpoint, you guys have the cash regardless one way or the other, regardless from a budget standpoint, just to the fact that you guys have such a large cash balance.
Okay, so you saying we can afford to do the 200,000 for the sidewalks?
From a cash standpoint, yes.
All right.
What does that mean from a cash standpoint? Come on, you now you speak straight word. Yes or no? Can we afford it from a cash standpoint? Can we afford it, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think a couple of things too, because I know this was something that was not in the original budget, but we're using reserve funds from what I'm understanding from what Chris said. I think we also approved 700,000 for roofs, for alleys and things like that. So I think this is a good project. I do want to kind of review some more with Chris. So I'll be okay with moving forward to the voting meeting on this. However, I do have some, want to reserve having some questions because I think there were several other projects that were allocated towards it, and then we have to consider our fund balance policy as well. So I would do some follow-up off, I would say between now and the next meeting with Chris to kind of discuss, because I think there have been several projects, as Trustee Steve mentioned, that we use the MFT funds for, and reconciling and making sure we're not overspending would be my concern.
Okay, and then also to that, I did ask Chris, because you guys wanted to pull the money for the parking lot, public works from there, and we can take the money from the grant money that we have. So then that also will alleviate some funding. So that's something that I just want you guys to take consideration or look into, doing it that way so that it'll be 270 or 280,000 back in that fund as well. So just throwing it out. All right.
May I have a question also. From my understanding, I thought the truck for Public Works was coming out of the sewer fund.
Yes, you guys switched a lot of stuff in, I don't know, was the finance meeting or was it the Public Works meeting to come out of different funds?
Right, so that was out of the sewer fund, correct, Chris?
Yes, the purchase of the large sewer truck, that comes straight out of the sewer fund. That has nothing to do with MFT.
Okay, now also for MFT, the salt comes out of that as well, correct?
Yes, you guys purchased salt out of that fund, and you guys did budget for purchasing of salt.
Okay, out of that fund, correct?
Yes.
Got you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, man, I had a question for Chris.
Go ahead, Trustee.
Chris, how much money is in the MFT funds? How much did you state was remaining?
Are you asking from a budget standpoint or physical cash?
Give me both, and then just tell me the difference, just so I'm aware. Because I guess my concern is, I know that we have a number of items coming from the MFT funds. So I guess I'm just wondering if you can give me a breakdown of both, so I'm just clear on how much we have.
Okay, so I will go off of September's financials because I haven't completed October's financials yet. So once I complete October, I'll give you October status from billing and financials. But for September 30th, you guys have over $3 million in physical cash. Now, a portion of that is your Rebuild Illinois cash. So those are the distributions you received from the Rebuild Illinois grant that are deposited into that account.
How much?
Can you make the phone if you're not speaking? All right.
It's 254,000. I think you've received 4 distributions.
Got it. So that's where you fit the physical cash that you're referring to, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and then what was the other? I think you said it was like a different besides the physical.
Yes, then there's the budgetary standpoint, and 1 second. My computer's taking a sweet time loading. 1 second.
Okay, no, while it loads, Chris, I guess I'm wondering, you stated the part of this money that's inside of here is from what's the name of the grant for the
Rebuild Illinois.
Thank you, Chris.
And you've spent, as of September 30th, the village has spent $223,000 of its $1.3 million budget.
As of September
30th, yes.
220 out of the 1.3 million. Okay.
223.
Any more questions?
May I have one last question? Chris,
Sure.
What do we budget for salt? Do you know? How much?
Second. Okay, 1 second, let me pull up the budget.
Okay.
Okay, trustee, I need to look into what account we normally charge salt out of, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. If you could, anybody else? Are we done?
I have one question. Chris, the civic systems, how accurate is that? Is that up to date now, or is it after you reconcile
So-
October's financials?
So it's from a billing standpoint, so for everything that you guys voted on at the last regular board meeting, those are all reflected. From a standpoint of activity that occurred in the month of October, that has not been posted yet.
So do we have any money that's coming in for the month of October? Because looking at the motor tax fuel fund currently on my viewpoint, the civic systems, it says we're in a negative $1.2 million.
In 1 second, let me log in.
That's why I just wanted to know if it was after you have to reconcile maybe October to.
Are you looking at the cash account? Which account are you looking at that's got the negative?
Hold on, let me pull it up, pull it back up. I'm looking at 01-00-162, due from the motor fuel tax.
That is the interfund between the motor fuel tax fund and the general fund.
Okay,
So that is,
all right.
okay.
I just wanted to clarify, make sure. Thank you.
All right, Clerk P, can you poll the board for moving forward to the next board meeting?
So we're moving forward for a resolution for various sidewalk removal and replacement,
Correct.
200,000 from the MFT fund.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Steve,
Yes, move forward.
trustee Norwood,
Yes.
trustee Belcher,
Yes.
trustee Holmes,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee House.
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward.
All right, thank you.
May I be recognized?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a quick question. Before you go to your next agenda item, I know we're almost done with the presentations. I was just wondering, can my presenter present so she can exit?
Yep, I got
The
her
meeting.
right after Chief. I did.
Okay,
I moved
thank you.
up.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Next, we have discussion and possible action regarding the barcode vehicle embolization device by Police Chief Collins. Collins, you got the floor, and then I'm gonna read this other one just so you can keep going. The next one that he has as well is discussion and possible action for a 30-day amnesty program for uncollected funds for parking tickets. Chief Collins, you have the floor for both items.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Clerk, trustees, department heads, and village residents. What I want to introduce or reintroduce to the village is something that we've already had in place, but there's been no action taken on it in the last couple of years. We have a vehicle immobilization program currently, and it's called the boot program. What I want to introduce is, instead of using boots, we use different devices because the boots are very cumbersome. Officers get injured applying these boots to vehicles, and the boots get damaged by people trying to get them off of the vehicles. But what I also have is the representative from the Barnacle Company who will give a very short presentation to actually demonstrate or illustrate what the Barnacle is. Mr. Knox, are you on with us tonight?
Yes, Chief.
Okay, I'm going to turn the floor over to Brandon Knox. He is a representative of the Barnacle Company.
Hi, thank you guys for having me on tonight. Mayor, appreciate the time that you guys carved out for me, and as well as Chief Collins. I'm going to share my screen really quick. I just got a short presentation. Okay. So kind of like what the chief said, my name is Brandon Knox. I am the regional sales director for Barnacle. I cover central part of the country, but the convenient part is that I am actually just about 40 miles west of Dolton. So I am actually a local resident of Illinois, which is kind of nice because I get to help out and kind of be more hands-on with the immediate customers that I deal with every day. But some of the things that Barnacle is, and I'll kind of get to it. So you can kind of see in the graphic there on the left-hand side, it is a vehicle immobilization device that goes on the windshield. We are kind of a 21st century technology that is kind of replacing the old cumbersome boots to get rid of that kind of just old clunky metal piece and just making it better, bring in 21st century technology. But the biggest things is for us is compliance is key. We can't stress that enough. These programs for immobilization, they don't work without compliance from the motorists. And obviously that kind of starts with the ticketing process, but then it moves into immobilization or towing. Obviously we are a combatant of the towing industry, but we like to make the experience with immobilization more friendly, safer, just easier overall for operator, but as well as the motorist. That is our key focus. So some of the things that we've seen with the municipalities in the immediate area that you guys would know is obviously like Hanover Park, Westchester, Chicago Ridge, Berwyn, Evanston. They were some of the early adopters. And basically the overall customer experience has been just always about safety. And it's always been about just kind of being more fair and easier for the motorist to operate this device. It is a motorist release device, and I'll kind of get into that in a second. And as you can kind of see the picture, it's a little more up close of it. It is a polycarbonate device that goes on the windshield, like I said, with 1,000 pounds of force of suction. There is 2 large industrial suction cups, and basically this kind of avoids the damages to vehicles on the wheels. Back in the day, a lot of people, you know, they would be scared to kind of put the boots on very expensive vehicles that have like very expensive rims. Some of these rims can be thousands of dollars. You put a little nick in it, and then they're complaining right away saying, "Oh, you just damaged my $5,000 rim." This kind of avoids that situation, and it is much more visible, as you can kind of see in the picture there. The cool thing is that this can also be deployed very easily, very fast, and it's all done through a user interface and app and a back-end system that's connected to the web. So the devices are a smart technology. Communicates to an application that goes on the phones, as well as a back-end web app as well. Some of the other safety things is that it kind of reduces any harm to operators. Also reduces the harm to the motorists as well, because they don't have to worry about like these smart boots that are out there that you guys have probably heard of. People still have to kneel down. I mean, we're in the upper Midwest. Snow and ice is obviously approaching very quickly, and we do not want our motorists or even our operators kneeling down in traffic trying to put these clunkers on. It makes a bad situation worse, and then the operators are obviously they're turning their back to, you know, who is actually they're ultimately putting in the vehicle on. So we're just trying to minimize a little more of a frictionless situation. So this is kind of the customer experience. This is kind of a 24/7 operation. So the cool thing about Barnacle, with it being a motorist release device, it can actually be used at all hours of the day, because it can be released at all hours of the day by the motorist. And the way that you can see here, this is Hanover Park's decal that's on the outside of the device itself. It's kind of an instruction manual. It lets them know how to take it off. You can put anything you want on this, ordinances, more instructions, phone numbers, whatever you want. It's all customizable. But the biggest things here is that they can scan a QR code, be taken to a website for allows them to pay, or they can call a phone number. That's an IVR, which is an interactive voice recording. So basically it's just a robot that walks them through a 4-step simple process on how to pay for all their tickets. And obviously the associated other fines, which is usually an immobilization fee, that kind of goes along with that program. And I know obviously the chief will probably touch on some of those items as well. But again, this can be done in a matter of minutes. If you look at some of the old ordinances that were out there, like probably Chicago's is the most treacherous. They have like 6 hours to respond after you pay. And by the way, you got to drive somewhere to go pay first, then you come back and then get the chance for somebody to come off. So this could be 6 hours. That ruins somebody's day. And that's why I said this is motorist friendly, because it allows a person to pay their tickets and be compliant, but also be on their way in a matter of minutes. This is not the old school way of having to wait for somebody to come out and take it off. So that's kind of one of the large features that makes this a little easier. Some of the functionality of the device itself, it is GPS tracked. So basically this thing is being monitored. It's kind of like a low jack, if you want to kind of think of it that way. You can access the geolocation easily from a website, as well as our app, and it will show you exactly where that car is at all times once it's deployed, and it will also track the devices once it's released. It's only 16 pounds, so it's not very heavy because it's made of polycarbonate plastic. So it's not, you know, some boots can weigh, I don't know, the good tractor trailer ones, sometimes they're upwards around 45, 50 pounds. So it's pretty heavy. If you have any smaller or ladies that are trying to do the boots, it can be a little, you know, again, cumbersome. Like I said, it attaches with 1,000 pounds of force with the 2 large suction cups. You can kind of see on the bottom graphic there. It has an internal pump that's also regulating, but it's also being monitored from a sensor. So if it loses any type of suction from heat or extreme cold, it will automatically know to adhere itself back on. It does work on a lithium ion battery. You get about 7 to 10 days. In good weather, it's 10 days. Usually it's around like 7 of how long it's been deployed. But the cool thing about most ordinances are, especially for municipalities, they do not allow cars to be immobilized more than maybe 48 or 72 hours. Usually then they escalate it to a tow. So this thing will never actually be on the car. But from our statistics, most cars only have this device on average, maybe 12 hours. So it's not very long before somebody comes along and actually pays. It also has motion sensor. So if it does get moved, if the car tries to go in motion, a very loud car alarm goes off on the outside of the device, as well as your everybody in the office that is connected to the app or the dashboard is alerted via text message or emails. And then my tier 2 call center and support team that's 24/7 will be monitoring the system as well and help out with any assistance on the back end. So they're actually aware of it as well. And again, I told you about the audible alarm, things like that. So now if somebody tries to jar it or try to rip it off the car, that also sets off the alarm, so that it's basically trying to be a deterrent. Now, is this thing 100% I guess you could say defeatable? No, it's not. Neither are boots. Nothing out there in the market right now is 100%, but we are less than the boot. We're about under 3% defeat rate. But again, a lot of these things with municipalities, that defeat rate goes down even further because you are the police. They already been warned multiple times that they have tickets, more than likely from your offices or your collections agency or whoever it may be. So this defeat rate goes down significantly. But again, it's just all about creating compliance. This is some of the technology. So you can kind of see a little graphic there showing the app that goes on iOS or Android phones. It basically manages the system. We're in the process of upgrading it again to make it even more user-friendly and tie in with LPR technology, as well as we have the whole entire system itself it's got, good Lord, there's all these different reports you can run, financials, statements, how many releases you do, how many deployments are done. Anything you want to see is pretty much tracked at all times from a monetary standpoint as well as financials. There's activity logs. So if somebody does defeat it or something does happen to the device, it's monitoring this all times. So it's actually going to log every single thing that you're doing any time of the day. And it's always throwing, we call it a heartbeat, back and forth between the system to kind of check on it about every 15 minutes. So it's always communicating with the home base backend software. I did talk on real-time alerting, the 24/7 call center, and then obviously it has the phone and online payment functionality as well. This is kind of a snapshot of just our dashboard. So this is the website that you guys would log in every day, who's ever operating it. We can add users to whoever it is, but it kind of gives you a breakdown of, deployed, ready devices. It'll even show you released. And then when you click on these device numbers, it will drill into that specific deployment or device It'll exactly show you the geolocation, but then it'll also show you all of the information that's being collected on the back end. So how much money they owe, the license plates, all that information, release codes, manager codes, anything that you guys need to manage that one in particular device. And then again, talked about the 24/7 removal of violators, the portal itself. This is the Dropbox that almost every single municipality has now that uses the motorist release functionality. It's powder coated, it's big metal. Sometimes people think it's a place to go drop their water bills off, but so they obviously, I don't know why they want to drop that in there. It explicitly says it's for barnacles, but people think it's a mailbox occasionally. And those are purchased through us as well. And then on the customers, and this is some of our customers that we're operating with, all over the country, whether it's colleges, municipalities, private operators. You probably recognize some of the names on there. And then finally, we do have integrations with the current systems that you guys use. So I already spoke with Chief Collins. You guys are migrating over to DACRA or already have. Which is your code enforcement and citation management system. So I've been working with them on multiple cities already that are operating currently, which Hanover Park was the first one. And then you guys also, it sounds like you use MCOA, which is Jeff Wood and those kind of people over there. We are integrated with them as well. They are a great partner. They do a great job, and they definitely like working side by side with us because we're just another tool in the toolbox in terms of collections. Which is kind of nice because then you're using as much as you possibly can, but at the same time, from a financial standpoint, Barnacle tries to be more of a, I guess, self-generating contract when it comes to financials. So really, your immobilization fees that you guys charge kind of pays for the system itself. So obviously, we can get more into that as we get down the line, but that's about all I got. Is there any questions that you may have?
Sure.
I have a question, Mayor. Go ahead.
Can you done with your screen?
Yes. Sorry, I'll unshare.
Thank you so much. Who was that? Was that Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
What
go
is
ahead.
the cost?
So we lease the devices. Each one of the devices is $250 a month. That covers the device. It covers the account managers. It covers all of the stuff that is encompassing for Barnacle software and everything. And then every time that it's used, we get $55 every time it's a successful deployment. So it's kind of like a pay as you go. So every time you do a successful deployment and collect money through our system, we charge for that. Obviously, if you want people to come in, they can come into your offices and pay as well. I didn't talk on that a little bit, but if you accept cash or checks or anything, there's ways to process checks or cash as well.
So you said it's a $250 lease. 55 goes to you.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
so are we, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then the final piece is we do hold a $200 deposit on the card. So when the transaction goes through, that is and they're notified, the motorist is notified of that. It basically lets them say, hey, if you don't bring this back, you're going to lose your $200 deposit. So that goes back on the card once you guys get the device back in good working order. But if it comes back completely damaged or anything, most municipalities have in their ordinance that they will charge for broken devices. Like if somebody were to cut off a boot or, whatever else you're using out in the system or out in the field, there's usually an ordinance in place to kind of collect that money as well.
So the $200 deposit is on the person whose vehicle it's on, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And then it comes off once the device gets back in good working order and it's checked back in.
Okay. Another question. Who's responsible for putting that device on the vehicle?
You'll have to ask Chief Collins on that one.
Okay.
It would more likely be your people.
Okay. So to be our policeman.
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions for Mr. Knox?
One more. I just have one more and I'm done. Okay. Sure. Say if there is damage to the vehicle, who's responsible?
Yes. So we, in the process, and this is getting more detailed. So in the process of doing deployments, We do not recommend that you put it on damaged windshields because that 1,000 pounds of force can actually further damage the windshield. That's done through testing. We have National Glass Institute that tested all the devices, and I think they did like 1,000 different windshields. They ran it through all these, but if there was already damage to the windshield, we do not recommend because it can further, but you take photos when you do the deployments. So the app allows you to take photos before and after you put the device on, so that if say a cracked windshield does come back and you knew before that windshield was in good working condition, nothing wrong with it, but they decided to break their windshield, more than likely the tamper alarms are going to catch that too. And you'll also have the photos kind of back it up. But if it does break the windshield, it is on Barnacle.
Okay.
Like if it was a good working, no problems with the windshield or anything like that, it is on Barnacle.
Okay. One last question, then I'm done.
Sure.
Once the device is removed, who's responsible for putting it in a box? The officer as well?
So that, like I said, it's a motorist release. So that's why we charge for the deposit. So the motorist is to bring it back. Usually we want them to try and bring it back within 24 hours. And you guys make that stipulation. We kind of work with you on that. That's our general rule of thumb. We do have the ability though to block the release codes and we call it operator release, meaning that you just get notified when it's paid for, and then a dispatched officer or whoever, CSO, would go out and take it off for the motorist. And then the deposits are voided. You don't charge deposits at that time. So there's two ways to operate it.
All right. Anyone else?
Thanks.
Yeah, yes.
No problem.
Trustee Steve?
I will, just for me, I will vote no on this right now. I would say the next thing on the agenda is the amnesty program for uncollected fines. I'm thinking maybe we do that first and then we go, because I can only speak for myself. I don't remember seeing a lot of boots out here, people getting boots on their car. So, this is a big thing to put on somebody's windshield. And at least let's see how much we owe and then talk about the amnesty program before we move forward with this program. That's for me.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Trustee, go ahead.
I guess my question for him is how does it work? The barnacles work in the winter, because I know we may have snow or maybe cold, and the people who are applying the barnacle may not be able to notice if there's real damage or not. So can you tell me how that works?
Yes. So most of the municipalities that are operating currently, even private guys, if it snows quite a bit, which it does around here, they just won't go out that day. If they want to clear windshields, they can. Actually, water kind of helps, like a little bit of moisture on the windshield helps it adhere even better. But typically you'd have to get the snow and ice off of the windshield in order to put the device on. Same thing would go with booting, because obviously the ordinance probably will only allow for you to do it when the car is on the street. And if it snows, obviously we know snow plows, they push all the snow to the wheels. You're going to have to dig out wheels anyways. So it does hold up. It's been tested in negative 40-degree weather. I have a couple clients up in North Dakota, and they use it all through the winter. So, and they have even harsher winters than we do.
All right. Anyone else?
Yes, this is Trustee Belcher. I heard you said $250 a month. Is that per device?
Per device, yes, correct.
Okay, so it's $250 per month per device if we use it or don't use it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then is the $200 deposit per device also?
It's per deployment, so the deposit goes on every time. It's a way to get people to bring the device back. So it's something that's held on their card as a separate transaction. So once it comes back and you guys check it in through our little process, you literally click a button. It triggers our banking to release those funds back onto the card.
Okay, this is for Chief Collins, because I heard you say that it's based on monitoring. So would there be someone designated that will be monitoring these devices, or would it be just based on, I guess, availability?
No, they will be monitored. In fact, it's a whole program. So when Mr. Knox is done, I'll finish the presentation and also the next item that Trustee Steve mentioned too.
Okay, then the next one is for Chris. What line item will these funds be coming out if we decided to move forward with something like that? Because based on even the next agenda item, which states is possibly $8 million in back tickets or whatever, we would need minimum probably 25 to 50 of these. So that's a kind of healthy bill per month. So Chris, what line item would this be coming out of?
So I don't have a line item right off the top. I would have to get back to you on that, trustee.
Okay, well, I'm suggesting that it moves to committee until we can decide where it's come from, for a police committee.
All right, anyone else?
Trustee, if you don't mind, just to give you a little bit of kind of color commentary on that, with talking about how much money you have, Barnacle is very responsible on how many devices you get, because it's not just about how much money it is, it's how much manpower, it's how much time, it's how many LPR vehicles you have, because you can only put so many of these on in a day, and you always got to catch people because it's an ever evolving thing. So like if you really want to look at like Evanston's got about the same amount of money outstanding that you guys do. They only have 12 of these, and they started with 5 and they moved their way to 12. So they do about $300,000 to $400,000 in collections every year with this. So it's all about operationals too. So kind of give you an example on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knox.
No problem.
Anyone else?
Yeah, may I be recognized, Mayor?
Go ahead, trustee.
Yeah, me and the chief did meet on this, and I'm excited about this once we can move forward through committee. We do have a lot of funds that have been out there for years that needs to be collected, but I'm also 100% sure that the chief will be putting in the amnesty program before, we move forward with this, because I can't see, amnesty after this. I'm quite certain that that's the chief's agenda. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Okay, Mayor, if I can.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'm kind of, I think I would kind of echo some of Trustee Steve. He always takes the thunder. But I would say the amnesty program first. I want to make sure that we and I'm also in agreement with bringing it to committee. Another area of it, I think that we want to make sure we get input as well from the residents as well, because I think this will be more of a hot button issue, and that's something that we want to make sure that everybody is included. I understand that there's back bills, so those who don't want to pay their back bills will not want to be included, but I think that there's mixed feelings, mixed emotions, and we want to make sure that before we get all perspectives and make sure the amnesty program is in there first, and then also want to make sure that the tickets that are issued are valid and accurate, because I think there was some concern, I think Trustee Belcher is going to mention, about some of the tickets that were issued on King Drive. We want to make sure that there's no tickets being thrown out and people being penalized for those as well.
Okay, everyone spoke. Chief, I'll give you the floor back, and then when you're ready to go to the amnesty.
Okay. Just to be clear, we already have a boot program going, so we can boot cars as of yesterday, basically. So the boot program already exists. So what I'm asking before we just vote no on voting this this particular thing down is, and I'll just give you a little bit of data. We have over $8 million in outstanding unpaid fines. There are about 35,000 unpaid tickets that are owed to Dolton. We have 2,200 people who live in the village of Dolton who owe the majority of this. So we have a basic value of what's collectible is about $6 million. So what I want to do is make sure that we give people a chance to pay their fines before we just start rebooting cars or putting barnacles on cars. And the reason I suggested barnacle instead of boots is because the boots are very heavy pieces of machinery that officers injure their backs, they injure their fingers, they crush their fingers. And while they're leaning down on the ground, there's nobody watching their backs while they're putting this device on the car. And you might have an angry vehicle owner running up an officer unbeknownst to the officer. That's why I'm suggesting the device. And I'm not suggesting we start using these immediately. I would love us to have an amnesty program for 30 days just to make sure people have a good and fair chance to pay what's owed. And then after that, all of this unpaid fines out there, I say we start collecting. And that's why I'm suggesting these items kind of go hand in hand. We do the amnesty, and after the amnesty, we restart our program.
So just to echo what he stated, I'm in total agreements with it. And I also too want to always give the residents the opportunity to pay back fees before we do anything as we move on forward. I was in agreement with the amnesty for the water bill, so I'm in the parking tickets as well. A lot of people have a lot of uncollected debt that we so need right now. I know we have collections of America and we use that and we take people income tax money, things of that nature, but it's just another added bonus of saying, okay, guys, we're going to waive things. We're going to make sure you get in to pay your fees before we do round two, which is trying to go after the money. A lot of ordinances we do have on the books, they're just not enforced. So us bringing things to the board is just to do restructure so that we can go and move differently, because he's correct. We do have a boot program. It just never got enforced. No one ever did it. We actually had boots and everything, but I told him that I think it's best that we put it before the board first, get everyone's opinion, and let's move as a group. So when we do make that decision, everybody's on one accord. So I do thank you, Chief, for that. So I'm assuming, I'm gonna let her still poll the board to see what they want to do. So if it's on pause, we'll pause on that and then we move forward with the amnesty program. So if you could, Clerk Key, can you poll the board for the first, and then we'll move forward to the amnesty program. You're on mute.
On mute. Sorry. So we're moving forward on item K, the Barnacle vehicle immobilization.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
sure.
what they want to do. I heard them, but put it in.
Okay, motion to move forward. Okay, Trustee Steve?
No.
Okay, Trustee Norwood?
No.
Trustee Belcher?
No.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
No.
Trustee House?
I'm saying no, but I would like this one to go to committee so residents and everybody can have a further discussion.
Okay, motion failed.
Okay, thank you so much. So the next one, can you do a roll call on the amnesty program for 30 days for the parking tickets?
Okay, Trustee Steve?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm okay with moving on forward to amnesty to see.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, Trustee Norwood?
Yes, for moving forward with that.
Trustee Belcher?
Yes, to committee.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Yes.
Okay, motion passed.
All right. So just so you guys know, that will be on the next voting agenda, which will be December. All right, so next, thank you, Mr. Knox. I think we're still on there. Thank you. Appreciate the display you just showed us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so next we're gonna move Trustee Norwood's agenda item up, and we're gonna go with discussion and possible action regarding the South Suburban Land Bank. Trustee Norwood, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. The South Suburban Land Bank is a free option to assist the village of Dolton with putting the houses back on the tax roll. So I like to introduce them as an option, and we can always add other programs in the future. So I asked that Ms. Liz Castaneda with the South Suburban Land Bank, if she can present and just show us how we could benefit as a village with the land bank.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you to Mayor Haynard and to Trustee Norwood for inviting us to speak with you all tonight. I just have a brief PowerPoint deck. I'll make it quick. I'll go ahead and share that. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. So yes, thank you very much for having us speak tonight. We're excited to let you know what we're up to with the South Suburban Land Bank, and also for discussing how we can be a valuable economic development partner for Dolton. So my name is Liz Castaneda, the Outreach Manager for the Southland Development Authority, and I'm also joined by the Southland Development Authority CEO, Bo Kemp, who's also on the screen. We'll just go ahead and advance here. So we have a brief slide deck that we'd like to go through relatively quickly, so there's enough time for you to ask any questions you might have. So the purpose of us coming here today is to formally introduce ourselves, give you an update on the recent South Suburban Land Bank news, and to also have a dialogue with you about how we can be a valuable municipal partners in furthering both your blight reduction and your economic development goals. proposals. So next we'll just spend a minute on background. So some of you may already be familiar with how a land bank takes a highly distressed property and turns it into a nice place for someone to live or do business. But this infographic here is a great representation of that process that we like to include when we're speaking with members of our municipalities in the Southland. So the 4 colors you see at the bottom here, these 4 arrows, those show the trajectory of a single property from the initial stage where a private owner is either not paying their taxes or they're not maintaining their property even after code citations, which harms the neighbor's property values and also costs the taxpayer money in terms of the village having to keep the property mowed and keep it resecured for when people break in. And so next you see here, the unit of local government will decide to file foreclosure on the property for unpaid taxes or for code enforcement. In many cases, the local government is not equipped or simply doesn't want to be a landlord. And so they deed the property over to a land bank who is staffed to manage it and do all those day-to-day things to keep the property, secure and mowed and insured and all that good stuff. The land bank has the power to wipe away all the liens, clear the title, and will maintain the property until such time as we can either sell it to a responsible buyer or continue holding it tax exempt until it can be part of a larger development. And so then assuming a sale, the final stage is where the property is then sold on the open market to a responsible end user and put back on the tax rolls. So this is a snapshot of the South Suburban Land Bank history. It was founded in 2012 through an intergovernmental agreement with Blue Island, Oak Forest, and Park Forest. It's first of its kind in Illinois, even before the Cook County Land Bank, which it is separate from. And it was initially funded through a HUD grant through the South Suburban Mayors and Managers Association. In 2019, its membership footprint extended to 24 municipalities, including some in Will and Kankakee. And there was a full-time staff of 2, which was the executive director and the project manager. And then by this summer, the former management had fully transitioned onto other careers, and the SDA, the Southland Development Authority, which is my organization, took over the day-to-day operations of the land bank while it worked with both our own board and the South Suburban Land Banks board to collectively devise a long-term solution for keeping the land bank's powers in use. And then since assuming control, we've been working with those member municipalities that we have on strategic development projects and continue an effort to establish relationship with big development partners. So this is a slide of all the current members of the South Suburban Land Bank. There's 28 total, mostly South Suburban, a few outliers. Summit, Joliet, and Kankakee are the outliers. Dolton was a member in the past, but it looks like, I think in 2019, they decided to discontinue their membership. This is just a quick snapshot of how the South Suburban Land Bank comes into ownership of its properties and how member municipalities typically go about giving them. So the vast majority, as you see here, are through abandonment. Abandonment is a legal statute where a local unit of government can seek title to a property if there's more than 2 years of unpaid taxes or the property is dangerous and hazardous and has an unresponsive owner. The other ways are deed in lieu of foreclosure, which is where the land bank, through its attorneys, convince a property owner to give up a problem property so they don't have to go through the whole court process of foreclosure. And then the final 10% are comprised of direct purchase, where the land bank cuts a check for a property like anybody buys a property, or someone just donates it to us. This is a slide that gives you an approximation of how long it takes to get from, like, I have this problem property, can you do something about it, to it then being sold to a new owner and renovated with people occupying it. So all of these different steps take a little bit different amount of time. Some of the steps are internal. The longest time that it takes is this step 5, which is the abandonment court process. So this is when our lawyers file the case, and it has to wind through all the court dates and the surveying and just all the lawyer stuff. And that takes 6 to 9 months. So all told together, the process can take roughly 9 months to a year for a single property. It could be more, it could be less, as you can assume, as you can imagine. So even in the most distressed communities, there are still enormous assets and opportunities that can be unlocked. And municipalities who partner with the South Suburban Land Bank, they can tap into these opportunities by getting access to the greater coordination and fiscal investment that we can provide, the institutional ability to amass significant resources all at once to make a project happen quicker, and also the ability to tolerate a higher level of risk than a municipality may be able to tolerate on its own. And so for us, we basically say that, so for some of the big old vacant manufacturing plants that exist in the south suburbs with lots of expensive environmental issues that need to be remedied, or if you have some land and you want to assemble a big parcel of many hundreds of acres for big industrial developments that are popping up in the Southland, you know, Amazon's been coming, a lot of people have been coming lately. And whether a municipality is highly distressed and needs a lot of intervention, or if it's got a steady real estate market, but it still has like those few pesky problem properties that you can only rehabilitate through the governmental powers that an organization like the South Suburban Land Bank can give. The Land Bank is here to help municipalities reach those goals. We get the title to problem properties, eliminate those outstanding taxes, liens, and liabilities, and reactivate them by developing, selling, or demolishing them to support local priorities and development potential. And then, as we touched on in the slide before, there's enormous wealth in the Southland. It's just a matter of unlocking it and putting it on the market. Partnering with us minimizes those municipal costs to you, and it has the potential to generate a lot of local wealth. As an example, in the box on this screen here, in Harvey alone, the city identified about 2,600 vacant structures in the city of Harvey. If a quarter of those had to be demolished because they were just too far gone, that still leaves 1,900 properties that could be acquired and sold for future use. If each of those sold at an average of $100,000, that would result in $200 million of wealth generated within the city of Harvey. And that's just one municipality. So we're talking billions region-wide. So this is the last slide of our presentation, and we just wanted to invite you to the next board meeting we're having on December 1st. We're very excited about what's in store for the land bank and what its potential is to revitalize our communities, and our lights stay on because of our members. In the past, Dolton was a member. It looks like the land bank worked with the village in past years to take title to and sell 26 properties, mostly in the years of 2016 and 2017. And we'd love the opportunity to work with you all again under your new administration. So with that, I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll just ask if anybody has any questions. We would be more than willing to answer them.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ms. Liz. Do anyone have any questions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, trustee.
Liz, when the land bank was out here before, they weren't focused on residential. They were focused on more commercial. Is that true?
It could be true. There was a lot of institutional knowledge when we transitioned over. There's some things that we just don't know, but it could be that, yeah, they did focus more on commercial. But that's not to the, like, we could, you know, continue to focus on commercial with you, but we're also willing to focus on, you know, what the priorities are of the municipality.
Okay, thank you. That's it. That's the only question I have.
All right, anyone else?
I just had one question, Mayor. Now, with these properties, if you guys come on board, say for the vacant properties that we have, would you guys be responsible for the maintenance, say the grass cutting, the board up? Would you guys be responsible for that, or we still would be?
So throughout the abandonment process, so while the property is still sort of in limbo and it's owned by somebody who's not there, the village of Dolton would continue to be responsible for the grass cutting and things like that. But as soon as the abandonment court process is over and the court deeds the property to the South Suburban Land Bank, all of that, the insurance, the mowing, all of that becomes our responsibility, and it gets off your books then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions, trustees? Okay, well, I got two questions. One, when you sell the property, where do the proceeds go?
Typically, what happens is that, like we said, we keep our lights on primarily through the sale of those properties. So we operate as a nonprofit organization. Nobody's getting rich here. But yeah, when we sell the properties on the open market, those proceeds then go back into our coffers and help pay staff and help us do additional community development projects throughout the region.
Okay, so basically, we will give you our inventory in Dolton, meaning vacant houses, vacant land, whatever it is, or commercial. And you would then turn around and sell it, but the proceeds will go to you, meaning the village won't make any money from it.
That's correct. There's some properties where there's an exception, when it comes to, if there's properties that you want to hold for some sort of big development process, then there's obviously always exceptions to those rules. But in general, yes, part of doing business with the land bank is that, when you deed over those properties, you are allowing us to market and sell those and keep the proceeds in order to continue to keep our books, in the black and all that good stuff.
So who gets charged the amounts for going out there, making sure there's no mechanical lien on it? Is that your fee, or do you charge the village a fee for that? Like who does that? Do the legwork, I know.
I can't hear. I can't.
Yeah,
hear.
your audio cut in a little bit, but I think what your question was who foots the bill for figuring out if a property is eligible for this sort of thing by like identifying what the liens are and who has the taxes.
And wiping it. Yes, and wiping it
So
clean.
typically what other member municipalities do is they'll have like a building code enforcement officer. There's someone who will give us a list of properties, and they will go through and do some of the preliminary title research, like, 123 Main Street, has been vacant and boarded and people have been going in and out of it for a long time. And so you plug that into, like the Cook County Treasurer's website and things like that. And that's sort of basic preliminary research. So basically, the municipality will do a little bit of upfront research to identify, like, I think this property could be a candidate. And then what we will do is we will take that list of the properties that you give us, and then we'll send them to our attorneys who then do like the deeper research and all of the legal databases and things they have to confirm, like, yes or no, this property would be eligible for an abandonment case. And, then we would decide whether or not we're able to move forward.
Right, but it's your cost, correct?
That's right. Yeah, the cost we would be paying our attorneys, assuming that, yeah. So that's a cost that we have.
Okay. So the only issue I have with it is I'm trying to gear things towards the village making money. By us giving you all our inventory, we don't make any money. I do understand the logic behind it, which is, yeah, we get our properties back on the tax roll. It goes to you. I get all that, but we need to bring revenues in as well. I was hoping the board would at least consider we had a no cash bid on the table, and that was through county. And basically we would have went and took a whole lump sum of property at one given time. And that could have started us with the process of giving homes back to community. And then also board of trustees, I was just making sure this wasn't our only option, that both programs can coexist. And that is, of course, I'm going to say the block by block. I still want to entertain that, along with, if you're going to go with South Suburban Land Bank, I think they both should coexist. It shouldn't just be one over the other. And that way we can get a feel of how each project works or program works. So that's where I'm at.
I got a question.
Sure.
Is it possible, what's your name, Liz, that we can even talk about a shared revenue or share in the revenue? Is that a possibility? We can work that out?
I certainly think that we would love the opportunity to sit down with you all again and talk through some of these issues. I know that we only have a short time here. I think all of these things we can still discuss. I think there's nothing that's necessarily a non-starter, and I think that we can certainly go in a bit more depth about kind of what the benefits and drawbacks would be to partner with the land bank versus to do things yourself. I do think that the benefits outweigh I think the positives outweigh the potential negatives of, the land bank being the beneficiary of the sale proceeds versus the village. And that's certainly something that we'd be more than willing to sit down with you again and go through in more detail.
Okay. I'm sure that we can make this agreement what we would like to make, what we both agree on. You know, I'm sure
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
can be tailored toward what the village wants.
Yeah, and you know, that's part of the other thing too with the, you know, we're kind of the new guys to this. You know, we've been in the driver's seat for the land bank for the last 4 months or so. And so in some instances we have a paper trail of kind of how things have been done in the past, but a lot of things we're kind of looking at holistically and trying to figure out what the best path forward is that works for both the members and the land bank, and sort of forging new paths and policies as we go forward. So this is the right time to be having conversations like that.
All right. Anyone else with questions?
Mayor, can I be recognized? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Holmes.
No, go ahead, sir. I can wait. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Just two things. I believe that multiple programs can exist if things come up. I think the land bank is a good option because it does not cost the village any money, and we get the opportunity to kind of carve out what direction we would like to go in. And for any other programs that are written up and sent to the board, I think we should consider all avenues. This would not, from my understanding, would not be the village turning over all the inventory, but a member of the board that works with the land bank can work to identify individual properties. So
Yeah.
I like the program. I'm in agreement, move forward with the land bank, but other programs can coexist from my understanding.
Yeah, if you want to give us 10 properties so we can show you what we can do, you know, we're willing to start there. Absolutely. We're more than happy to show that we're the best at what we do. So
Yeah, and I'm like I said before, I just want us to coexist. So if they're gonna give you 10, they should give the block by block program 10 properties as well. So if they're gonna start with this, they should start there so we can have some kind of structure as it relates to 2 programs at once. And now you can kind of see or get a feel for what's working, what's not working. It's just with your program, like I stated before, we do not make any money. But with the program that I initiated is we do make revenue for the village. So I strongly keep pushing that you and I can both exist as it relates to that. Trustee Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I want to ask her a question. I know the answer to it already, but you stated that there would be, with your program, there would be no revenue coming into the village?
generally, yes.
Okay, all right, that's understood. I'd rather we sit down and talk with you because see, we're trying to generate revenue here. I mean, all of the money, and it seems like all of the funds are going to you all. But see, we're trying to generate some revenue here too. So if we can sit down and talk with you all and work out something, you know, because we have to generate revenue too. It just seems like, oh, we just giving away the houses. If we're gonna do that, we might as well give it away to the residents here.
Yeah, I will say though, you know, you're not making money on like the sale of the properties, but long term, you know, the money is coming back to the village in terms of you're increasing your tax base with more owners in those properties. You're lowering the residential tax rate that your residents pay. Those people that are then paying into the property taxes, and so long term, you do still realize the benefits. I think we're faster at the revitalization process, and so if you partner with the land bank, you'll see gains in that way. And there's other ways that sort of make up for the fact that you're not getting that immediate, you know, cash infusion. I think that it does still come in the back end.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm listening to you where you're stating that we're not going to generate anything. I'd rather see us generate. I mean, you get these properties, you sell and renovate these properties, you are the one going to benefit. You know, I'd rather see us work together and where we can generate some revenue here too.
Yeah, I'm more than willing to sit down again with you, you know, and kind of hash that out and see if there's something that we can come to that's mutually agreeable.
May I be recognized?
1 second. Are you done, Trustee?
Yes, I'm done, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. 1 second, Trustee Steves, I'll come right back to you. One question, Ms. Liz. Who is it? Someone gets appointed from our board as well? Is this the same structure as before?
Yes, yeah. So there's a single person that's appointed to the South Suburban Land Bank Board. It's someone who is appointed by this board, and they sit in on the meetings. And any properties that we're marketing and selling, when we get offers and want to recommend them, we run them by that municipal rep. They sort of have the final say of, you know, yes, I want you to move forward with this person. And so you have the visibility to what's going on with your buildings in that way.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Trustee Steves, you have the
Yeah,
floor.
I want to make it very clear that we can tailor this agreement how we want to tailor this agreement. Even though she said they take the money, but we could, if we enter into this agreement, we can make this agreement where we benefit as well also. And that's what I hope, that's the goal that I would like this with any program we move to, because in the past there was a housing program where we turned houses over to somebody and the business didn't get nothing, and in 2 years they would say, "Oh, get back on tax roll in 2 years," but we could have made more off of that. I mean, so I'm with, but we can tailor this agreement so we will benefit from it. So all the money, all the proceeds won't go strictly to them.
Yeah.
And if we can't do that, if we can't come to that agreement, then there's no benefit in that.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Trustee Steves. So I think that before the board do move forward, we could put on the agenda, but I think it should be some kind of outline from the land bank with the village so that we on one accord as relates to voting for them to come in town. So that's just my advice to the board. Anyone else?
Yeah, may I be recognized?
Go ahead, Trustee.
Hey, Miss Liz, I have a couple questions for you. So, well, my main, and I just want to make sure I'm clear with this. So the board, either way, we decide to vote to move forward with you all. How it would work is ultimately the board still decides what happens and what inventory you all possess. It's just a matter of whatever inventory we do decide that you all move forward with. That helps us have less risk in regards to once you all do obtain the deed, that's one less property that we have to worry about maintaining. That's one less property. You all also deal with knocking the homes down, the demolitions. Also?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll ultimately decide, and if we came up with a plan, how the work is you all take the homes that only we decide, and we can also use an alternative program, meaning we can work with you all to still decide what happens to the homes.
That's right. Yeah. No, it's definitely a very transparent relationship, and we definitely want it to be mutually beneficial. And so, yeah, and generally that's the benefit of assigning those properties over to the land bank, is that once we take title to them, they're no longer your concern. I mean, they're your concern, but financially they're not your concern anymore. We're the ones that are doing the mowing and the marketing and all of that good stuff.
Got it. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, Clerk Key, can you call the roll to move forward to the next agenda?
Sorry.
Thank you, everybody.
Message from Trustee Holmes. Okay, Trustee Steve.
All right, let's move forward.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
It appears Trustee Holmes had to leave the meeting. Just got a text message from him. Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward.
Okay. And then I guess my question to everyone is, why didn't this go through a housing committee that you guys stated y'all wanted? Why did it come on the cap? Why didn't we have a housing committee?
You want me? I can answer that for you, Mayor, because with speaking with the rest of the members, we decided to first have the land bank proceed so that we can be transparent with the residents, and then we plan on having a housing meeting. We'll announce it the first week in January, and at that time, we'll also present other programs that we're currently considering.
Okay, so I know that I put the Block by Block program on here several times to discuss in this form, and you guys always stated to me that you guys didn't want to, that it need to go to a housing committee. So I'm asking again, this was okay to push this through Cal and not the other items. So I'm asking the board, I'm gonna send you guys some documentation as relates to Block by Block. I've asked several times for everybody to critique it, add, change, take away, whatever you want it. So we can do the same thing that we're doing here in this form, and we can pass that as well. So next on the agenda. Discussion and possible action for the MLK painting of the curves and removing signs that are not put up by ordinance and not properly documented as a fire lane, 15 parking spaces and no parking signs. Trustee Belcher.
Good evening. The reason that I asked to have this on discussion is I met with Attorney Vasali, I want to say about a week and a half ago. I also met with Chief Collins in reference, I've sent emails, you've been copied on the emails in reference to when MLK from 140th Street to 42nd was painted, and then the signs went up saying 15-minute parking or no parking. Also in front of 141st and MLK, it now says that it's a fire lane tow zone. Reading through I contacted the clerk to see if there was any ordinances. I also went through the MLK just to do some research, and the painting of the curves has to go through an ordinance, and then also it has to be presented in front of the board. That hasn't been done. Attorney Vasali said that he sent the memo out to the chief in reference to after we had walked or whatever the block about, because they're using fire hydrant as what they're stating, or no 15-minute parking in front of the obstetrician's office as the code, the ordinance, which that is not, a fire hydrant is not on that side of the street, which we're discussing the east side of the street. And I'm asking that the signs be removed, and then we can move forward with however you want to proceed in the legal aspect to what should be on that block.
Okay, any questions or any discussion regarding Trustee Belcher's information? Okay, so with that being said, I don't know why this is on the agenda, because if you guys really did research and did the ordinances the correct way, the law states, and I will read word for word, you cannot park within 30 feet of an intersection, 30 feet. So that. So that means that if someone's breaking the law and they're parked within 30 feet of that intersection, you will get a ticket. So the signs will stay, the curves will stay painted. So this is within the state laws. We do not trump state law. So the other issue I have is how people respect our town. When something's painted yellow, you do not park there normally. If you go into a Caucasian area or area that's more uppity, you wouldn't dare attempt to park anywhere where a curb is painted yellow. You would proceed with caution. You park somewhere else and walk to wherever your destination is. So with that being said, a lot of times people don't like change. And a lot of these issues came from you, from inserting yourself in something that wasn't as big as you're making it out to be, because again, you cannot park there. It was painted yellow. I stated this for the 700th time in the past, and all we did was go and repaint what was already painted. Business owners came out, me and Stacy was out there doing lights on the street and asked for it to be repainted because the people was parking halfway in the street and halfway on the curve, on the sidewalk. So that's kind of what made us actually paint it. We didn't go out there to paint curves. We got bigger things to deal with. But with that being said, that's my response to what you just stated.
Mayor, can I just say I am well aware of the 30 feet through the intersection. Conveniently, I don't see Attorney Vasali on here, but we did walk the block. Also, if you allow me to screen share, I can screen share the pictures to show that they were never painted prior to, except for the 30 feet. So we're not talking about the whole block. I'm aware of what the state laws are, and I'm aware of where 30 feet is. We walked the whole entire block. If that wasn't the case, a memo wouldn't have went out in reference to it, Mayor.
Okay, so what's the problem if we're both saying the same thing, 30 feet?
Because the memo stated that they were to stop issuing the tickets, and the tickets are still being issued. As of November 9th, last Tuesday, tickets are still being issued. I have Chief Collins actually that's on here too. So Chief Collins, can you read the memo or quote some input on what was said in reference to the attorney?
Okay, so we don't have to involve other people in this.
Yes, we do have to involve a mayor.
A second. So what I'm trying to state to you is you don't have to involve him, because either I know about it or I don't know about it. So what I'm saying to you is, as it relates to the curve, again, people will get tickets. So tell them to stop parking there. So if if y'all watching this, if y'all listen to Trustee Belcher, you will get a ticket if you park within 30 feet of the intersection. So if you're not parked within the 30 feet, you won't get a ticket. But if you're there, you will get a ticket.
Can I screen share my screen, Mayor?
You can ask Chief Collins your question. You wanted to ask him something, right? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you said they don't involve anybody else. Chief Collins, could you please read the memo that Attorney Vasali sent, please?
Well, I'm saying that because we're gonna go on and on. I say in my statement, you asked what are we gonna do? That's where we are with it. We're well within the law. It's nothing illegal about what we're doing. It's the state statute. We don't trump it. We're local. So that's why I say that everybody got to learn their position. That's why I always say that, because we don't trump them. I don't trump them.
Absolutely. Chief Collins, can you read the memo and then can I share my screen?
You can read your
I
memo.
don't actually,
You got the memo?
I actually don't have the memo with me, and I'm not aware of the legality of reading a memo that is drafted by an attorney, if there's some type of privilege there. I have no idea, but I actually don't have the memo with me.
Okay, so did you receive the memo from Attorney Vasali?
I received a memo, yes, I did.
Okay, did you have a conversation with me in reference to the tickets being issued on MLK?
Right, and the final thing that we talked about was vehicles that are parked within 30 feet of an intersection or vehicles that are parked by a fire hydrant.
Correct.
Those tickets will
Okay,
continue
can
to be
I
enforced.
please share my screen?
Trustee, share your
Thank
screen.
you.
What? To do what?
So I can show the pictures that had no painting prior to you painting.
We're not fun to share screens. I don't want to be all day on this. You got 3 more items. So we
Thank
can
you.
move. So
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'll move forward with legal actions. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is discussion and possible action separating the warrant list and payroll to identify they can be approved before being issued. Trustee Belcher.
So the reason for this is that currently we approve payroll after it's been issued out. With the current state of being transparent and us being accountable for things that's going on, we are trying to be proactive. I did ask other members on the board about how they felt about possibly running, having a board meet, a special meeting to approve payroll before it's actually ran. I did also email Chris and Janice to ask them when they run payroll. They responded back in the email, and the concern of many of the board members, or I'll just say myself, is that we would like to be able to view the payroll before it's being ran, or instead of voting on it after people have already been issued checks.
I guess my question to the board is, what's the issue with payroll? If people do work, they get paid. Is it something that happened that you guys need to or want to address? And I guess proceed with caution, because we can't talk about certain things in the public eye. We have to go close session if it is something. But right now, payroll is ran just like any other municipality. People get paid for their work, put in timesheets, and move forward. Hosting a special board meeting, that don't make sense to me. It's a matter of viewing the payroll and either approving it, or if it's something y'all see that's wrong, do it through consent agenda. Things of that nature is kind of how I would handle that. So I guess let me know if it's a problem. Is there a problem?
I mean, actually, right now, though, Mayor, as you know, though, we approve it after we've already been paid. So if somebody is being paid that has not been appropriately hired or with consent of the board, or have shouldn't be paid, then we should be able to view that before paying it out, because now it's like we have to go and try to obtain the money that has already been paid out to someone.
Right. So that's what I'm asking you. Is it something like that you're stating that happened? And then if so, that's what I'm asking you. What is it?
I mean, well, you just said that it's a fine line of what we can discuss and what we can't discuss.
We're talking in closed session. If it's somebody or something that you're trying to state that's going on.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, but that is something
Okay, and then also, I think that you guys should just view it. So whenever payroll is coming up, I told you guys have access to everything. Just contact Chris or Janet. Y'all can go over it before payroll happens. That's the easy.
It's after the fact. We get it after the fact. That's the issue.
At the board meeting. But you saying we get paid a week prior to, correct?
No,
we-
I'm saying we vote on payroll that has already been paid out.
All right, I got that. I'm saying that you're stating we, meaning everybody, gets paid a week before we actually have the actual board meeting, correct?
Correct.
All right, okay. So if we get paid a week before, what I'm saying is why can't you go through email? Why can't y'all contact Chris or whoever so you can go over whatever the payroll issue is?
Mayor, if I
No,
can-
so
if
like
I can-
today is a board meeting. They run payroll on Wednesday. We'll get paid on Friday. So we are not gonna have we won't see that payroll until December's meeting.
Okay, so what I'm saying is if you know payroll runs on Wednesday, why can't you go over whatever with Chris or Janice for Wednesday? If you know the dates and times, just like I said, it's an easy fix. If it's something you want, why can't you contact them on that date? If you know that's when payroll is due or processed or whatever's going on, just contact them.
Unfortunately, I've been not able to obtain a lot of information. So if any other board member had something to say, then.
That's not true, because I gave you access to everything. I gave everybody access to anything. Anything y'all asked of Chris or Janice, they give it to y'all. So I don't know what you're not getting now.
Clerk, on September 7th, I filled out a FOIA. Have I received it from Janice yet? Which was
No, you have not.
financial. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then again, I told you if it's something that y'all did not get, I said it's every board meeting. Everybody know my number. Call my phone. Because obviously either I don't know about it.
Well, that made me recognize.
Yeah, go ahead.
But just remember, with 2 meetings ago, we had to pass an ordinance. We had to try to pass an ordinance though, so Chris can talk to us about the warrantless or things that's being spent. So we've been blocked. We were blocked for that for a period of time. We weren't able to see it because Chris was telling me we didn't, and he said at a board meeting that he was instructed not to give it to us. So now we have it now. But I understand what Trustee Belcher's trying to do. We're just trying to get ahead of it because some of the spending is out of control. So we want to get ahead of it.
She's talking about payroll.
Even payroll spending everything.
They did what?
I said yes. Payroll spending, yes, all of it.
Like I said, everybody gets a timesheet. It's an easy fix. If it's something you want to come and see, you can contact them and go look at it. So that's what I'm saying. I just think everybody's getting into the minutia of running the day-to-day operation. That ain't what we do, or well, what trustees do. The day-to-day operation goes through myself and then also the attorney. And if it's something y'all need, I'm saying that it's open. I'm not stopping you from getting anything that you asking to get. So that's why I'm saying, where's the problem? If I'm saying just ask for it. If you saying you want to know when payroll is, if it's batched on Wednesday, call them on Wednesday, meet with Chris on Wednesday about whoever payroll, I guess that's in question. So that's what I'm saying with that. Easy fix. So anything else with this
Mayor,
item?
can I be recognized on this, and maybe Chris maybe chime in on this too?
Go ahead.
Well, to my knowledge, the payroll and the reports are always sent to the board after they've been processed. But to your point, if that information can be given to the board before it's being processed, that would be a good solution. I guess I would ask Chris, is that a possibility? Because at the moment we're getting payroll and we're voting on the previous month's payroll. But if there's a possibility, I think that's probably what the discussion is for, to see that the payroll run is sent to the board for approval prior to the payroll actually being issued to the staff.
So let me make sure I'm understanding what's being asked. You guys would like payroll before payday. So you guys, the next check is the 19th. So you guys want the payroll report prior to the night, normally I would send it on Tuesday, the following Tuesday. So you guys would want it Wednesday.
Right, that's what I just said. But go ahead.
Am I correctly understanding what everyone?
Well, you're correct in understanding that, yes. So if that's possible, then I think that would alleviate a lot of things.
So I don't mind sending it. It's just usually we are submitting Wednesday night at around like 8 o'clock at night, just due to the fact that I've got open questions and I finally get my answers to open questions usually around that time. So you guys do have the option of submitting actually on Thursday. That is a potential possibility that the village does have. They can submit payroll Thursday morning and still have no problems with everyone being paid. It's just, as a general rule, I don't like waiting till the day before you guys are to get your checks for other causes to avoid other problems that have happened.
Yeah, I agree totally with Chris. I don't want to pay what people pay, especially police officers and people of importance. And by us doing it this way, I just think that you guys should pause on that and figure a different structure out. I wouldn't push it to Thursday, especially if they get paid on Friday, Chris. I would definitely not do that. And then not only that, when we basically hire a person, you already approving their pay. And also we have department heads, so go through different channels. So basically, if a supervisor signing off on timesheets, why do you guys feel that that's not accurate or something's wrong? That's why I stated, like, is it something wrong? Somebody got paid? That's why I'm asking them.
If I can be recognized, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think this is all for discussion. So it's not okay, it must be this or that. It's really to have a discussion on the process. If it doesn't make sense, I would not suggest going forward. And I would prefer, of course, to have it on Wednesday versus waiting until the last minute. But Chris, my question then is, if you're submitted on Wednesday, is it possible that the information can be presented to the board on Monday, so that way you can keep that same Wednesday timeline? Is there something that's, some other processes that make it go from that Monday till Wednesday where it would not even be presented? Can you kind of talk me through that?
So that's always been you're talking about what Monday after payday, right?
Yes, sir. Well, the Monday, the week that you run payroll. So there's Monday, Tuesday, and then you're processing it Wednesday. So kind of Monday, Tuesday, what's going on? Would it be possible that the information can be presented to the board on those days?
So usually Monday, Tuesday are my review days where I finalize and make sure I got all of my questions either out there or answered, and then updating the paychecks file. And then Wednesdays, by Wednesdays, when I get my final answers of whoever I looked at a timesheet, it looked weird, I sent it to the department head with a question, there was an employee change, all those types of internal questions that I get answers from. Usually those all come through between Monday and Wednesday. And by the end of the day, Wednesday, I'm getting answers, or I'm hunting people down saying, I need an answer to pay these people. So that's the only reason why I can't give you a completed payroll file Monday, because I may not have it done Monday, especially if it's a board meeting Monday. I may not have it done for a board meeting Monday because just depending on what time the board meeting ends, I may not have finished my review and completion of payroll. Yeah. Okay. Does that answer your guys' question?
Oh, that answered my question. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Yes. Mayor, okay. I guess the concern is there has been a time where we're not provided with the information that we asked for. And as trustees, I know that our role and our ultimate goal as trustees is to oversee the finances. So I guess our issue is, how can we oversee the finances and make sure that people who we don't approve getting paid, how do we make sure that they aren't getting paid with the way the current system is set up? If we're approving something that has already been paid out, in the event that us as trustees don't approve of it, there's not much that we can do at that point of time. And I guess that's our main concern. So we're just wondering, even I heard the mayor say consensus vote. So what other alternatives, whatever alternatives there are, so that the trustees are fully aware of so we can have the information. That's our whole goal, just having the information, just being able to access payroll, know who's being paid before we vote, as opposed to making a decision or vote on something that's already been paid out.
Okay, so you guys have everyone that works for the Village of Dolton currently now. That's why I said closed session. If it's somebody y'all trying to pick out in particular, we should go in closed session, and then you just tell me who it is, because you know who's on payroll. No matter the individuals that get paid every 2 weeks. No matter what, you have to pay your staff because they did the time when they came to work for the Village of Dolton. I wouldn't dare not pay someone and we owe them the money. That's what I'm saying. If it's an issue, because I know Trustee House was stating that, I mean, it is an issue because y'all bringing it up. But if it is, we can talk about it. If not, Chris just explained to you guys how we can fix it, which is Monday through Wednesday. That's when he actually get the timesheets. And then when he get the timesheets, then he puts it in. So that's kind of the structure that's set up currently.
Gotcha. So are we saying that moving forward, Chris is going to be able to send us the information prior to the payroll being sent out, or no? Will we still?
Yeah, he could send them to you. But the problem he was just stating is he probably don't have everyone because he's still hunting down people to get a timesheet, approve it, sign off on it, things of that in-house issues that he might have. That's what he just stated. But yeah, I can get it or call him or however you like to do it.
Thank you, Mayor. That's my concern.
I just have one quick question for Chris. So technically, if we are to be paid on Friday, would the department head submit time today, which is Monday? Normally, is that how that goes?
We have a deadline for submission. Last Wednesday was the deadline for submission. By the time everyone sends it in and we get every department, it's usually either a Friday or a Monday that we have everything by.
So the submission was last Wednesday?
That is the deadline. That is the deadline we tell all department heads. And then I schedule staff to work on it on Friday, Monday.
Okay, so if the submission is, I'm just saying normally a week, because now that's like a week and a half, then you'll have a preliminary payroll by Monday or Tuesday, correct?
Yes, I can have a preliminary. I just won't have all of the data, all of the final numbers confirmed. So the report that I send you on Monday, let's say, will not be the final copy. It could have differences between the final report that I send after payday. So I just want to be as transparent as possible. There may be a few differences, a couple hours here, a couple hours. I just want to be as transparent as possible. There may be some changes between the two different reports by the time you guys get it, between the first one and the last, and the actual checks go out.
Okay, but we will be able to view it. I guess that's, because this is a discussion, so we just want to make sure that if that is something that we can move forward with, at least being able to view it instead of us consistently voting or seeing it after it's been paid out.
Okay, I do have just one request then from all the trustees. If the board wants to review it, I'd like if there's like some sort of policy or some procedure so that I know when I can close out payroll, or if I'm waiting for a follow-up from you guys as to anything. So when you guys review, if you guys have a change or you have anything, either so that I have clarity as to am I to hold the open payroll from a response, from a consensus, from something, or am I good to, once I get all of my requirements from my side of the review, that I can confirm to Jan to submit payroll? So just whatever process the board wants to establish, so that way I know when I can have Janice close out payroll and submit. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, so you said a preliminary by Monday, right?
Yes.
And then we should have a response to you. You saying give you a time frame.
Yes, please. So that way I can make sure that we're not going at the last minute and I'm trying to close out.
Okay, I'm sure we can come up with that.
Can I be recognized, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I would go with the preliminary. I would make the assumption that if no response comes in, not that, we will respond, but if no response comes in, that you move forward. I would not want anything to be held up.
Trustee, you went in and out. Can you repeat that? You went in and out. Can you repeat
I'm sorry. Is this better?
Yeah.
Is that the Verizon? Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. No, I would just say that if we if there's no communication or you don't get the information that you need, I would suggest moving forward. Of course, I will respond, but just as a general rule of thumb, I would not want anything to be held up because of on awaiting those additional responses.
Okay.
And I want to say that it's not, I don't want to get, I can speak for myself, I don't want to get involved in the day-to-day operation, but we oversee the money being spent. So, from my understanding, there's been raises given that wasn't in the budget. There's been positions added that wasn't in the budget. So we have to oversee the money and the spending. That's all we want to do. We want to know, we're finding out afterwards. We just want to find out before. So we have a good grasp on it, because if we don't, then it's on us. If a budget is over budget or we don't have the money, that's on us. So we have to try to regulate that. But right now, we're just trying to have a little control over it. That's it. But I'm not coming there every day to be over the day-to-day, but that's not even our duties as trustees, but our duties are to oversee the money and the spending in this village.
Okay, so as it relates to day-to-day operations, I totally agree. I don't mind anybody finding out or learning whatever it is that you feel that you need to know. But a lot of you sit on boards and work for non-for-profits. How would you guys feel if someone did the same thing to you, which is wait to pay y'all and vote it through the board? I just don't think that's the right approach. If it's something that you need to know, I keep stating, just call Chris. Chris hears my voice and he already knows to give you whatever it is you like. And as it relates to, you just stated that hires or pay increases that went in the budget, everything that I have done has been in the budget. It is a line item for it, and it is money allocated for any items that's there. That's why, again, I go back to my question, which is, if it's someone or something that is wrong, I ask you guys to speak on it, say whatever it is, so that we can move past this. This is like 30 minutes of day-to-day operation that we didn't have to discuss publicly, but here we are. So now everybody got what they need and want. I would love to move on because we got 10 more items on this agenda and it is 9:30. So as long as everybody got what they want, let's move forward to the next item, which is discussion and possible action. Nope, I'll skip that one. Discussion and possible action of invoices that are paid with credit card be issued with electronic statements list before voting on. Trustee Belcher.
So this is just for discussion also. And hopefully you can answer our last board meeting. I asked you about a charge for $337 on the credit card for the hotel. You told me you would get back to me. So just trying to find out if you did get some information on what that charge was. But we received electronic warrant list with the credit card statements, but we don't know what's being purchased. We see a whole lot of Amazon. We see a bunch of things, but I'm asking if Chris could attach the invoices. I mean, we already get large packets anyway, so if he can attach the invoices to those credit card statements, it would help us at least to identify how the credit card is being used.
Trustee, I'm having a hard time understanding. I think it's coming, is here on my end, it's coming in broken, or it's on your end?
So she stated that she would like you to attach the invoices onto the credit card statements so that they know what items are being purchased when you send it out, the electronic statement for the credit cards. She would like to know what items, like for instance, if it say Amazon, what did they buy from Amazon? That's what she's asking for.
So I can't, if that is the way the village would like me to, I can of course do that. But with the new My Viewpoint system, all of the credit card charges, when you log into My Viewpoint, you can select them and review the invoice in My Viewpoint.
That's what I
Okay.
like.
So quick question, I'm glad you stated that. So if you're paying, just say for instance, American Express, it's gonna say how much is paid to American Express. It's not gonna say the charges that was charged on American Express. And the reason I asked that is because I went through several different things that were on there and it's not coming up under that vendor. But if I put in American Express or if I put in Fifth Third, it'll say a payment to them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if the invoices are attached when this electronic is being sent out, then we would know what's being spent to that particular billing statement.
So what you guys should be able to, and the way this was explained to me when we set this up for the credit card, what you guys should be able to do is you should be able to go to American Express or your guys' other credit card, Fifth Third, and search it. And then you should be able to, it'll tell you all of the different transactions on there. And then when you click on those transactions, you should be able to see the Amazon purchases and everything. It will be under the name of American Express or Fifth Third. But once we close it out and post everything, and that can only be done after it's already been run, it should all be under both the vendor Amazon and under the vendor Fifth Third. That's the way that Civic, My Viewpoint, explained it to me. But the reason why it wasn't for the September purposes is, as I emailed all of you, I did not have time to completely run the entire electronic warrant list. So that's why it was not posted. When you get December's warrant list, which will have September and then October's electronic separately, then you guys should be able to either search Amazon or search Fifth Third, and you should be able to find them in both locations. That's the way it was explained to me. Once we get through this first test, so to speak, I will be able to give you a more confirmed answer, but the way it was all taught and explained to me, that's what you guys should be able to do moving forward. Does that make sense?
Oh,
Trustee, you're,
Okay, but it's not like that currently, because if you go on there now and try to do it, you can't pull them up.
That's because currently I haven't closed out and posted it. Once I close out and posted it, if I'm cutting you off, I apologize. Once I close it out and post everything, then it should be that way. But I first have to close it and post it. And I can't post it until we run the check.
Okay, so I'm saying like the bill that we're talking about that was in June, it should be available now though.
1 second, let me pull up June. Because if June was before we were running billing through Civic, it's a different, you don't have access to that because that was under the locust system. And by that I mean it's not posted into my viewpoint.
Right, so when I asked you how current was this, you told me it was as current as to September 29th or whatever, then it's not that current, it's not actually updated correctly.
So it's not updated in the sense of invoices are not digitally stored because we did not go live with Civic, my viewpoint, until the last bill run. So everything else that you guys have previously approved was under the old village process where it was hard copies and paper. It was not digital storage copies.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear because those were questions I asked because I knew that it would come back up. I asked with the civic systems, how is this up to date? You know, I went through this. So I'm now asking about a electronic bill that you're saying the system should be able to provide. And I kind of been every night going through it so I can be familiar with it so I don't have all these questions to bother you about. But those are a concern. So I'm still requesting until we can get it, however it is, that the invoices be attached to the credit cards so we can at least see what's being spent with that credit card.
Okay, I'm just going to recap because you came in a little broken. I want to make sure I give everyone what they want. Until everything is clear in the system, attached with the credit card statement and the electronic warrant list, the invoices to relate to that. Am I correctly understanding what was said?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. May I be recognized? So I want to ask Chris a question. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So Chris, moving forward, you're updating the system. So when you update the system, will we be able then to see invoices from June, or is it to the point at this point, no, we won't be able to see anything from the past, but you're saying moving forward, you are at the invoices?
Yes, so anything from the past, unless the village wants me to go backwards and I have to talk to the software company and link that information, it is not linkable right now. So I would have to talk to your guys' software company to see how to do that. I don't know how. But anything moving forward is linked electronically so you guys can see it all.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
All right, so Chris, this is something y'all can handle offline as well. It's something y'all can call and talk to each other and get it situated. I appreciate it. Thank you. Moving on to next.
Before you go to the next one, can you chime in on that $337?
Oh, you want me to act? What's your question? Go ahead. What's your question?
You told me about the next meeting you'll be able to find out what it was, the charge.
Yeah, so I have Chris looking into that, and I also have Inspector Baker looking into that. That's how I got two people looking into it because me personally, stay downtown. I came back home and it was local, so yeah, I would love to actually use.
Trustee Belcher, just can you confirm to me what date that charge was, or email me the credit card statement that shows that charge?
Yes, I sure will.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next item, which is where am I at? Discussion and possible action regarding reconsideration of background check policy effective date to retroactive to May 7th, 2021. Trustee House.
Okay, thank you very much. I put this on here. I think the last meeting I was having a little bit of difficulty with, so some things I may missed and I went back and watched. But I think it was related to the background checks. It seemed that everybody agreed that those should have been done, and we want to have it done. I would like to reconsider. I think the effective date, we should go back to all employees hired since May 7th to correct, because I think that there's big concern from the residents. A lot of people are bothered. And if we all agree it should have been done, I think we need to work on correcting the things that might have slipped through the cracks. So I'm asking that we reconsider, do the background checks effective May 7th and follow through with the results of whatever, of anything that was done incorrectly, corrected.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, so who was that?
That's Trustee Steve.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee House. We should go back and at least try to rectify. So I just wanted to say I agree with Trustee House.
All right, anyone else? Okay, so my opinion to that is I personally don't go backwards. Anybody that knows me, or hopefully you guys practice in your life as well, the past is the past, the present and the future is what we look forward to. Those that has been hired here, whether it's through me, previous mayor, the previous administration, already has a job. I would never, ever in my life go and tear up anyone's life as relates to anything, whether you think or assume it's going to be a background that comes back, because the way y'all did that one individual is related to their background or whatever they had is inhumane, in my opinion. And you guys kind of tore apart someone's life. And I think that people should look at that and handle things differently, because at the end of the day, they are people too, regardless of whatever their past or past crime is. They did they time for whatever their crime was. And we are regular people too. We're not God. So you cannot place judgment on people because people make mistakes. People have skeletons in their closet. And not only that, I'm pretty sure many people here that's on here work for ex-offenders. I'm pretty sure people that's on here have issues and things that they've done in their past that you might not got a black eye for, such as a background or got charged for and you got away with it. So all I'm saying to you is count your blessings and don't keep trying to tear down others. Like, I'm not for that. So the statement that I did prepare is looking forward and moving forward is the only way to go if we want to do better. We should not be looking at the past, and applying this policy back to past hires is not recommended. I have requested a legal opinion to be provided to the board before action is taken at the next board meeting. I just want to make my statement for the record, and now the board can choose to go however they see fit.
Okay. So, Mayor, if I could be recognized.
Yes, you may.
Okay, my statement was not specific to an individual, while we know that it was widely publicized. My statement goes more to community concern, as well as if we made a mistake, it's not about going backwards, we have the opportunity to fix that mistake. So if we agree it's a mistake, we have that opportunity. And there's a big concern in particular, not so much specific to the individual, but with the position as well. So my stance relies more around, we made a mistake, and to just say, okay, I'm not gonna go backwards and fix that mistake is not the stance that I would encourage to take. I think if we made a mistake, it was done incorrectly, let's fix it. And that's why I'm saying this. So it's not about tearing, it's not about specifically in the individual, it's we have to do the things for the community that they're looking for. The community expected us to do background checks. We didn't do it. They expected us to hire people that are qualified. That wasn't done. So at this point, we recognize it, but we have not really approached the solution. And if the solution is, okay, it was done, sweep it under the rug, I'm asking that we do different.
Okay, so to add to what you just stated, yes, we did make a mistake. And where you're wrong at is we did fix the mistake. When this did come about, I immediately put something on the agenda to put a background policy in place. I did exactly that. The board, the entire board voted for this background policy that we never, ever had. And we always hire qualified people here in the village. We never not hire someone that's not qualified because you stated that the person was not. They are. For to do certain jobs, you only need certain things. It could be a high school diploma. It could be a year experience. So the person that we're speaking of, I'm just bringing that individual up, but I'm thinking you're saying background check for everyone. That background is already displayed as a black eye to the village of Dolton. As it relates to me not knowing, you not knowing, no one knew of the individual's background because you guys know him just like I know him. So, and you guys been around the individual. So when the individual was hired, no one knew because you assume, just like I assume, that basically we do our checks and balances because that's what I assume. When it goes to HR, I'm assuming that we are doing a drug test, a background check, and then they're doing an interview to make sure everything's suffice. And once it comes back and they say go, we just go. But I'm saying to you that we did fix the mistake by saying moving forward, because it's all we can look at. Moving forward, we would do XYZ, which is all employees will have background checks. I wouldn't dare go backwards, is all I'm stating to the board. Anyone else?
Yes. I think you I understand we want to move forward, but you can't move forward if you don't look at the history. You know what I mean? And a mistake like that is a big mistake. And then you said, I can't speak. I wasn't around nobody. You know, I wasn't around them, but it still wasn't the board's hire. Like you said, the board doesn't handle day-to-day operations. That was your decision. That was your choice. And that was your mistake. So in a sense that you lost a certain amount of trust when you make a mistake like that. So all we're saying, we just want to go back to make sure nothing else has been left out. And if we don't look at the history, then we don't know what we're doing moving forward. Period. It's not holding nobody accountable, blaming somebody, or holding them to a different standard because of the history. Well, you have to know the history. And like I said, that was the mayor's decision. And we gave you that opportunity, and we gave you to hire who you want. That was your decision. So you can't say we was all around them. No, you were around them, they were around it, but you made the decision to make the hire. Period. So we have to move. We got to look at the history and we got to move forward. But you still have to look at the history because a blunder like that is a huge blunder.
Okay, so with that being said, Trustee Stevens, you as part of the nation, an area that supports people that has backgrounds, has issues going on in their lives. So how dare you sit here and say or prejudge anyone? That's not right. So don't point fingers and you got 3 pointing back at you. As relates to the mistake, yes, me, Mayor Henyard, hired the individual. I did. I own up to anything I do. I don't run or hide from anything. I own up to that. I am for second chances. Yes, I am. The only difference with this situation is I didn't know the individual had the background. I've stated that several times, but to that fact, and because it fell in my lap, I'm okay with keeping the individual here. The individual still works for the village of Dolton because you have no idea what you guys have done to the individual's life, but y'all don't care to know that by bringing the media into the village and putting another blackout on Dolton as related to a hire. Now, we could have talked about this before you guys put on the whole circuit show for everyone to point fingers, laugh, say whatever about Dolton. Yeah. But that individual is actually a great employee, comes to work on time every day, no issues, and actually don't even wear like a suit and tie with a briefcase. So I don't want to keep the situation of talking about the individual because the attorney telling me, hold on, wait 1 second, that I can't really speak on this publicly. About, okay, yeah, I got it, Shantae. So let me stop while I'm ahead. So, okay, I'm gonna just take y'all comments in and we'll go from there because again, I keep forgetting that you can't speak in the public about employees. You have to go in closed session. She's reminding me of that again. So I will be quiet now, but my stuff is on record of how I feel about the situation. So whatever the board chooses to do, let's move forward. So if you guys are moving,
But Mayor, I have to address since you
talk and say whatever. I'm not gonna say nothing else to it. She told me to leave it alone. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna let you say whatever you need to say. Whoever else want to say whatever, and then we vote and move on. So I'm done. Go ahead.
it's amazing you bring up somebody's personal belief system. That is a I understand our leader is a little immature, a little arrogant, but to say my belief system, I'm all for giving people second chances, all that. I'm all for in second chances, but you can blame that on us, but you put him in a position. So you have to hold yourself accountable. Don't blame it on us. That's not on us. And I'm all for giving anybody a second chance, especially young Black men. You know what I mean? But however, you got to be more mindful. And as you grow into your position, then maybe you'll be better at the decisions you make. That's all.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am, may I be recognized?
Yes, we'll go to each one and then we're going to be done. Everybody can make their statement and then we'll move forward. Go ahead, Trustee Brown, go ahead.
Okay, again, you definitely can't put the spotlight on one individual. There are several individuals. And when I say that, everybody who's been hired, again, we going back, should have had a background check, okay, didn't. When you hire people for certain positions, that means a background check should have been done. We are getting a lot of feedback and slack about we didn't do what we were supposed to do as trustees. That means that background checks should have been done. Certain backgrounds should be for people with certain positions. Not saying a person hasn't been, have done whatever, but again, certain people should be put in certain positions. And if we have that, when we come upon that, we should have certain programs put in place for that. I've always worked where you had a second chance program. Yes, you believe in people who have done whatever, say whatever. Not just this individual, but there are a lot of individuals here. And again, put those things in place. So if we run upon this again, we have those things in place. Not saying that you can't hire a person. People might have done things 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. Some of those things still come up. But let's have a program put in place and have certain positions allocated for that. Not saying that we can't. We can, but let's put things in place so that we can do that.
All right. Any oh, go ahead, Trustee Belcher, then Trustee Norwood.
I just have a quick question because when this was brought out or whatever, I looked online and I see that online the application, it states that a drug test and background check is done. So is there any, and I guess this may be going into executive session, but because of this, was there any reprimand for who didn't do it? Or are you saying that you personally interviewed this person and hired? I guess because the last meeting you was like, you thought it was common sense that it was done to everybody, but obviously, is it just random people that's being background?
Well, we talked about this at the last meeting, and again, I state the same thing. No one knew that we was not doing backgrounds. They weren't even doing backgrounds in the previous administration. So it ain't Trustee or Mayor Henry that didn't do it. And a lot of people didn't do it. So all I'm saying is that I'm willing to go backwards. If it wasn't done, then okay, moving forward, this is what we're gonna do. That's our mistake. And I say ours because it went through a certain department, which is HR. So of course, Tiffany, meaning Mayor Henry, didn't make the mistake of not doing the background check. I'm gonna get the blow because I'm the mayor, and that's fine. But I didn't know anything about anyone having a background. Like I said, you guys know, y'all I was around the individual just like I was. None of us knew, but I'm getting the heat for it. So then it's fine because I the one said that he can get hired. So I'm okay with it.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Norwood.
Mayor, I just wanted to state that moving forward, I'm with the retroactive going backwards, and it's mainly because I've been receiving calls for concerns from residents stating they don't feel as safe as they should. So when a resident bring it to my attention, then I guess that's when, you know, as a trustee, it's time to speak with other trustees or speak with the board and figure out how we can make sure that our residents feel safe again, and make sure that our residents know that moving forward and in regards to our current employees, they can feel safe, and that we are making sure that the proper procedure is taking place. Thank you.
On the record, I think everyone feels safe. I just think that's like something people put in the atmosphere because everyone knows a criminal. Whether it's your mama, your auntie, your cousin, your brother, your sister, everyone knows someone that has done something negative as relates to your family. So I'm saying that to say, we have to give second chances. We must do better. We can't keep saying, okay, yeah, well, if I hear this person do this, do that. You gotta give a person a second chance, especially like Trustee Brown said 30, 40 years ago, when things have happened and they come back out, where do they go? How do they live amongst us? Who gives them resources? We are politicians, right? We all are politicians. If we are politicians, our job is to help people, not hinder them, not hurt them, not transfer them or turn them away. Our job is to give them some type of relief, some type of resource. So that's why I keep pushing that we have to help people that has issues. Everybody not squeaky clean. Everybody not perfect. Everybody can't be a politician and run that don't have a background. But them are our voices for a community. And it's a lot of people that live in our community. If everybody do their research, there's a lot of people in our community. And I'm gonna just let that be where it's at. So clerk, can you please poll the board for moving forward. Thank you.
All righty. Trustee Steve,
All right, let's move forward.
trustee Norwood,
Aye, Clicky.
trustee Belcher,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Let me ask a question. Move forward as to put this on the next agenda for vote?
Yes.
The policy, were you talking about the policy?
No, we already voted for the policy, which everybody's in agreements with. He's saying he want to go back and do retroactive the date to May 7th.
Okay, aye.
trustee House.
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward.
Okay, next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding the proposed FY23 budget schedule. So as you guys know, I'm always being proactive. Me and Village Administrator Brown came up with a great idea so that we can get ahead of the budget. So we put together a schedule so that it will make sense for everybody turning in items or things they may want for the new fiscal year. And where are you? Village Administrator Brown. I'm gonna let her come on and she can go in more details, but I just wanted to let you guys know that I just think this is a great structure, a great start, so that we can have a better relationship with making sure that budget items are completed, approved, and we look at it each month. And if something's gonna be changed or altered, everybody have a say so. Go ahead, Village Administrator.
I'm trying to get Ontario to let me share the screen.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'll just go over it since I don't know what he's sharing here. That's not my screen. But I'll just go over it. Okay, so thank you, Mayor. The mayor did talk with me, and one of the things that she wanted to do is to ensure that we pass a budget by the end of this fiscal year and not run into this issue that the board had last year, and that this last with this current fiscal budget of constantly having to say in May and June and July that, oh, we can't do that because we don't have a budget yet. Oh, we can't do this because we don't have a budget yet. And so I put together a proposal. Of course, this is open for a discussion as to how the board can possibly have an approved budget by April 30th. I used kind of the guidelines that we followed at the county, and the county has I think a $6 billion budget. The city of Chicago has $9 billion budget, and they both passed their budgets before the end of the fiscal year and start the new year with the new budget. So I propose that by the middle of January, that there will be an official call for budget requests from the administration, from the village clerk and the department heads. And that the accountant would provide the administration, the clerk and the department heads with an 8-month year-to-date budget versus actual financial report through December 31st, 2021 to use for their budget preparation. Then there will be presentations of the budget requests by the administration, the village clerk and the department heads to the mayor and the administration, if you will. But during the 2-week period from February 11th through Friday, February 25th. In other words, there will be presentations to discuss why you want your budget to be at this level based upon prior actuals to budget to actuals, and also are you recommending new programs? Are you recommending new purchases? So in other words, you would be justifying your budget. And then the mayor would review and discuss any proposed adjustments with the administration, the clerk, and the department head. I noticed that in the last year's budget, the clerk did not have the opportunity to present any input into the budget. So that's why I made sure that the clerk was included here. And based upon the discussion between the mayor and the department heads, the clerk and administration, then adjustments would be made to the proposed budget. And this will be done by March 11th. And then the Board of Trustees would get an opportunity to review and recommend adjustments to the mayor's budget. So basically by March 11th, the mayor would actually be presenting her proposed budget to the Board of Trustees. And the Board of Trustees would then take from March 11th through March 25th to actually review the mayor's proposed budget and give input and make recommended adjustments. And then after the Board of Trustees make their recommended adjustments, the mayor will review those adjustments recommended by the trustees, and there would be discussions between the mayor and the Board of Trustees, and then a final budget would then be prepared by Thursday, April 7th. Because there's a need for a 10-day notification to the public before a public hearing, then a public hearing notice would be sent out Friday, April 8th. And the public hearing would be done on Tuesday, April 19th, 10 days later. Then there would be a 7-day period between the public hearing and the final budget approval. And I kind of geared this towards how things went this last time. I know that there were some discussions even after public hearing that there were some minor adjustments that were recommended and made. And so then there would be a final budget meeting on Monday, April 25th. Now, mind you, I gave a little cushion, a 5-day cushion, just in case we had to wind up having a second meeting between Monday, April 25th and April 30th. This meeting, I believe, is not one of your scheduled meetings, so it actually would be a special board meeting for Monday, April 25th. And so that's the proposal that we were making, giving everyone an opportunity to have input, given opportunity to have discussions. And of course, during this time period, more months would have elapsed. So by the time the mayor get a chance to look at it, and by the time the Board of Trustees get a chance to look at it, there will be an additional budget to actual that will be available to even make, help form decisions along the way. So are there any questions regarding the proposal?
Okay, hearing none.
Can I make a comment? I'm just
Go ahead.
just like to thank you guys for including me in the discussion this year, because I did not have an opportunity to prepare my own budget, but I appreciate you guys recognizing that and including me for next year.
No problem. Okay, Clerk Key, can you do a consensus of moving this forward?
Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward with the proposed FY23 budget schedule.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding the 2022 board meetings and holidays. So Clerk Key, you had a chance to look at the dates and everything. Do you have any?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I sent you guys a draft of the the schedule for the board meetings for 2022 and as well as the holidays. But there are a couple of days that I think we should talk about. I don't know if everyone had a chance to look at it.
Yeah, we have it, but also we missing the vacation time on here. We normally take a month off. So that's
Yeah, I wanted you guys to give me those dates. Those are dates I'm looking for from you guys to tell me what month and date that you want to take vacation, because I didn't want to just assume that what those dates would be.
It's
So
normally,
can I go through my list?
yeah, let me just say this for you real quick, but it's normally the end of June and the beginning of July 4th weekend. That's normally how it is, but the board can choose or pick whichever dates, but it's normally right before August because school starts. So we normally try to be here for the August month. But
So what dates are those, Mayor?
June 21st and July 5th, we normally off.
Okay. And then what about December?
December, we just do one meeting, which is the 5th.
And so the 19th will be no meeting. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. My question was the way the holidays are falling. Say for instance, New Year's Day is on a Sunday. So are the employees given the 3rd off, or are they giving out another day off? Because a lot of the holidays are falling on a Sunday for next year. And so what day will we actually observe at the village?
Well,
And I can go through the list.
They still work. I never heard of us giving them a day off if it's a weekend, and then we got lucky.
Well, I just needed you all to tell me that because I know different companies do different things, and this is my first year here, so.
Okay, we never done that here. We have always went with if it's a Saturday or Sunday, and then they're off work. But if it's during the week, like Tuesday, like how it was for Veterans Day, Thursday, then we're closed.
Okay, I got that. Considering Juneteenth is a new holiday, and it is scheduled for June 19th. So again, that's a Sunday, so they wouldn't get, actually, they wouldn't get a day off if we looked at it that way.
Okay, so board, do y'all got any input, or y'all want to take a day
May
off?
I speak, Mayor? It's normally when a holiday falls on a weekend, like for instance, when she's talking about January 1st, that being that Saturday, correct? And Sunday is the 2nd. You normally would have the 1st off. Most businesses, you take that Monday off when a holiday falls during the weekend.
Well, we can. No, we've never done it, but
The Monday would be January the 3rd.
Correct. So
Okay.
most businesses will be closed that 3rd.
Right, but it's not really geared towards that. This geared towards our meetings, the Board of Trustees, CSA January 4th, Tuesday that we meet. It's not geared towards what she's stating though. I get what you're saying.
But even if you go with Juneteenth Day, she says it falls on a Sunday. So are you you already off Sunday. So would they be off that Monday is what I'm trying to say here.
You can.
Juneteenth Day is on a Sunday. Would they be recognized taking a day off on that Monday?
Which
would be June 20th.
We can,
Right.
if you guys like the structure that way, that's fine. So then
Okay.
y'all still not board meeting on the 21st.
So the board meeting is scheduled for the 21st, which would, well, we already said that won't be a meeting that month for the 21st.
Right.
So
So
that one is
everybody-
already fine.
Okay, so let's do this. Is everybody okay with June 21st through July 5th, meaning no board meeting for the month, for that month? Is everybody okay with that?
Okay.
As well as December the 19th.
Oh, and December 19th. You could poll the board for them 3 first.
Mayor Mott, can I be recognized really quickly? Because I'm in agreement with your board meeting schedule completely. I just wanted to be clarify. We talked, because I thought we were mixing the village holidays with board meetings, so I was getting a little thrown.
We are. That's
Well,
why I'm saying.
Can I speak to that? The reason why I'm asking the question is because a lot of these holidays are falling on a Sunday, so it would impact the board meeting. Whether you celebrated that Monday, then the board meeting would be that Tuesday. That's why on the schedule that I sent you, I put it in Tuesdays, but according to the mayor, the village doesn't honor that day if it falls on a weekend.
Right, so I guess the board will have to decide, do you guys want to honor that Monday and add it, change the structure, we can, or you want to leave it the same? And then also, Dorothy just told me that we was off for the last board meeting in June, and then all of July. So she getting me the schedules for what we was doing the last 2 years.
Well, no, because we had a meeting on July 19th. So
Okay, so
there
it
was a
was
July 19th board meeting.
Okay.
Just didn't have one on the 5th.
Yeah, if I can, the
We did
original
have one
schedule
on the
that you mentioned,
19th.
I'm in favor of that for the board meeting schedule.
Okay, but with the dates that's closed that she spoke of, June 21st, July 5th, and December 19th for the vacation time, you okay with them dates? Like we normally do? Okay, so once you poll the board, that's what I was saying, poll the board for those dates only first, and then we can discuss.
Okay, all righty. So I want to take a vote that we would observe June the 21st, 2022 as no meeting, because the Monday would be a holiday, and so it would lead to a Tuesday. July 5th, no meeting, which is a Tuesday. I'm sorry, I take that back. July 4th is a holiday, no meeting. 5th, December the 19th, no meeting.
Okay.
June
So
21st, July 18th, and December 19th.
not July 18th, July 5th.
I'm sorry, July 5th, December 19th.
Correct. Everybody clear on the dates? Repeat it again for them, the 3 dates that we're
Okay.
no meetings.
The 3 days we would not have meetings, board meetings, June 21st, July 5th, and December the 19th.
So poll the board for those dates.
Okay, so trustee Steve.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Trustee Norwood.
Yes.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
And Trustee House.
Yes.
Okay, the meeting dates are scheduled. I will revise that particular schedule.
Okay, and then if you could, the stuff you're speaking of, if you can just get back to us and send us an email, and then they can chime in about it, whatever dates you want to give the staff off.
Okay, I did put them on the schedule. You guys can let me know if you're okay with that or if you recommend other dates, but I did put the suggested dates in there.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty,
Next
thank
on the
you.
agenda is discussion and possible action regarding the ordinance of the Homewood disposable bond. Is Jimmy on here? See Shantae. Okay, Eric, okay. Hi, Eric.
Hello, Mayor and trustees and staff. Good evening. My name is Eric Stack with Delgado. Jimmy's got a conflict, so I've been sitting in for now for the evening.
Okay. All right. Floor is yours.
I believe Chris can really fill in some of the details regarding this bond issue, but it's my understanding Jim's jumping on right now, actually, it seems. Jim, we just started discussion on the bond issue. I don't know if you can speak or not, or if you're able to.
Jimmy? Okay, if he's not there, I can give the floor to Chris until he chimes in.
Yeah, Chris can, I understand, give a sufficient summary of this matter.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, this is your guys' standard Homewood bond. It has been decreased to reflect the will of the board regarding the budget. So we've decreased the levy, the bond issuance. 1 second, so I can get you guys your numbers. Okay. So we decreased the bond with an estimate of what principal and interest are going to be based upon the 1,275,000, I think was the number that we passed as the budget. Yeah, 1,275,000 is what we budgeted for the bond, and then we have estimate interest is going to be. So that's how we got to $1,300,500, and then we increased it for the levy. So that's how we got to the 1,000,004. So we have $1,300,500 as what's the bond's going to be, and then the levy will be $1,430,550. I don't know if the board had any other questions.
Okay,
No
do anyone
questions for me.
have any questions?
No.
Did someone say something?
No questions for me.
Okay, no questions? All right.
Did I miss anything, attorneys?
No, I think everything's fine. It's my understanding all the documents are essentially completed except for those final numbers that, Chris, that you just mentioned. And you're piggybacking the other item next on the agenda regarding the levy too, it seems. So both are on track for approval without any complications or problems.
Okay, so call the board, Clerk Key, for moving the item forward, and then we move to the next one after that.
So we're just talking T right now. We're not doing T and U.
Yeah, we're just talking about T for approval, then I'll read you into the record.
Okay.
Correct.
Got you. Okay, Trustee Steve?
Yes.
Trustee Norwood?
Yes.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward.
All right, next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding the ordinance and tax levy memo for a motion to accept and approve the preliminary estimate of the 2021 property tax levy, which is collected in 2022 in accordance with the truth and taxation law of Illinois. Jimmy, are you on here? I see you, but I don't know if you're able to speak, or is that you, Eric?
I am. I'm on it, so is Eric. But if Eric can take it, or I can take it. I am in my car. I do apologize. I had another meeting tonight.
Okay.
Right, yes.
I can handle it. Yeah, go on, Eric.
Thanks, Jim. Drive safely. Chris, and you can fill in some of the blanks too on this, but again, as Chris earlier kind of summarized, the tax levy is on track for approval. Clearly, we're going to stay within any and below any PTEL caps. So the process should just be that we have the preliminary levy ready to go. It should be approved at an upcoming meeting. And then once approved, it'll be certified and presented to the county clerk in time.
Eric, if I could add one thing, and this is just a mandatory step in the process. So if you read through the applicable laws, no less than 20 days prior to the approval of the levy, which we'll do in December, we need to approve an estimate of the levy. I don't know if the village has engaged in this practice before, but it's very clearly set forth in the Illinois compiled statutes regarding the tax levy process for all taxing districts in the state of Illinois. This is an amendable number. As Eric very artfully said and articulately said, we're not going over, my understanding is we are not going over 1.0499%. So we're not requiring a special black border notice hearing. But we do have to take this step in the process. And I don't know what the prior administration's done, but there's no question this is required under the state statutes.
Okay, any questions?
Mayor, if I could be recognized.
Sure, go ahead, trustee.
I do kind of want to echo, I think, what Attorney Vasselli was indicating. Every year we have done a tax levy. We need to, and this is how we inform the county the amount of money that the village has done. I just want to kind of put on record or state for clarity, and I guess I'll ask Chris. I want to be certain that this tax increase has a zero or net zero increase, meaning homeowners' taxes will not increase because of this vote from the board.
Correct. You guys your overall tax levy is not changing between last year's levy and this year's levy. So last year's levy was 15.3 million. This year's levy will be 15.3 million.
Thank you.
Right.
And I just want to clarify, this is not the final levy. This is an estimate of the levy. And it is just it's an essential, but it's just a step in this process. my last thing, Mayor, and then I'll stop. I just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what they're voting on tonight. It is amendable. It is adjustable. That's why it's called an estimate. I don't anticipate we adjust it because, and I don't see it being adjusted because we've already come to this number. But I always want the board to know what they're voting on and what they're considering. And in this case, it's an estimate, so it can be changed, but it is a necessary step in this process.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Can you poll the board?
Sure. Trustee Steve,
Yes.
trustee Norwood,
Yes.
trustee Belcher,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee House.
Yes.
Motion to move forward with the preliminary estimate of the 2021 property tax levy.
All right, thank you so much. Next on the agenda is discussion and consideration of resolution dash of the Village of Dolton, background consent form. So this was brought up at the last meeting to basically have some type of form to give to people when they come and apply to the village, and that they consent to a background check, because as you know, or many people don't know, I'll rephrase. The box, it was like ban the box. It was something that used to be on applications, and due to people being discriminated upon, they banned the box from many applications. So it don't say anything about a background check. So this will help us do better and make sure that everyone do consent to a background check moving forward. So that's what this form is. It's just a form that say I consent to a background check, and that way the village can proceed. So any questions about this?
I have a question. You said it bans, previous applications banned the box for a background check?
Yeah, it's something called ban the box. This ain't got nothing to do with this. I was just giving y'all education behind, if y'all go to certain people jobs and you get an application, normally, remember back then, used to ask you, have you ever been convicted of a crime? It's actually 1,000,001 questions about your background. And it was a movement called ban the box is what I'm stating. So a lot of people did not add it on their job application, is what I'm saying, because we don't have it on ours. So I'm just was giving you some education for why we probably didn't have it. I couldn't really answer why not, but I know that some people do not carry because of that reason, because it starts discrimination issues, because now if a person has a background, they check the box, you normally don't employ them. So that was all that was. But the real reason is we do have a form, and basically that's what you guys will be voting on, saying people will have to sign saying that they consent to a background check, which is something that you asked for as well.
Okay, I would say that was a state law, but that question had to be removed from every application in Illinois. So that was removed some time ago. I don't think a person should have to sign for a background check. That should be something that everybody should know. When you fill out an application, everybody should know that you have to submit to a background check. So I guess a policy saying that you sign for it.
Yes.
Shouldn't have to be, I mean, everybody should know that we should have been doing a background check. And then also this policy, which I was told it was sent out this evening. I did not have a chance to review it this evening. So just for the record, I didn't get a chance to review this new policy that came out at 3:56 that I'm being told.
Okay, well, I wouldn't know nothing about a policy that just came out. I know that this was in the package for the background. It was just a form that states that person has to sign for a background, which is something that you asked for, Trustee Brown, at the last meeting. That's the reason why we created it. Other than that, we would never created it, because you said put something in writing that people have to sign so that when they come in and they consent to a background check. So,
okay. But again, Mayor, I didn't get this until this evening. I didn't get a chance to read it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you finished? All right, thank you. So what I'm saying to you is not nothing elaborate. It's just something saying that a person will basically agree to a background check. That is it. So it's up to you guys, whether y'all do it or not. So we're gonna move on, because I'm so ready to go. It is 10:14 and we have a closed session. So let's poll the board. Clerk Key, can you poll the board?
Yeah, if I can, really briefly on there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because the application that I've seen online already had this language included in it. So if that language is not on the application, then I'm for it, because I think we need to sign it. But I think this may be redundant, because I believe that the information is already embedded into our original application.
Yeah, it's not a place for background checks. So if you saying you for it, then we are implemented. So
Yeah,
that
I'm
way,
for it. And I would ask that we check, because on the Village of Dalton's website, we have positions posted, and on there it has the application, and in there it states it. But I won't hold the meeting up any longer. I'll say yes for now, but we'll go back and take a look on the website. And if it's already in there, then I'll change accordingly at the next meeting.
that'll work. Who's next? Anybody else or?
I just had a quick question. So if they don't sign it, does that eliminate them for the position?
That's fine. We can do that.
I'm just asking. I didn't know what the grounds were. That's what I'm asking.
Up to the board, however they choose or see fit. I think everyone should, going forward, get a background check and drug test when they come work for the village, any position. I don't think it should be discriminated upon and be certain people. I think it should be everyone moving forward. So that's it's up to you on where you stand, if you want them to sign for it or not.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Mayor, I got a question. I'm just wondering, what's the difference between I don't know if you answered this or not, but what's the difference between this form and the old one? Like, I guess what's the difference, like, with us changing it? I guess I'm wondering, is there some particular difference or?
So the old form, we don't have anything to ask questions about a background, whether you've been, if you're a felon. If you have a felony, it normally asks questions like that on the application. We don't have a segment on the application that asks that question. That's number one. And then number two, when we put it into the new package, which remember we voted on the policy, we will add this as an insert in there as well. So when they come and they fill out their paperwork with Janice, they will sign this form and then we will send them for their background.
Got it. So I guess I'm wondering, from now on, you said when it goes to Janice, and we decided to consider them. At that time, they'll sign that form. And in order for them to move forward, that box have to be checked saying that they're going to get a background and.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Whoever you say we're going to hire, because it's only with hire, not necessarily consider. By the time they get to this step, they're being processed to basically start at the Village of Dolton. So whoever you say you're going to hire, because we ain't going to waste resources paying for anything that we're not going to hire. So they'll do the drug test, they'll do the background check, because they didn't went through the formalities of an interview. So the last steps will be getting the process, which is the background and the drug test. And then they start.
So with this, Mayor, I guess my last question is, with this, can we, if I decide to move forward with this now, and I heard you say that we can make some changes. So if I decide to move forward with this now, the board and us will be able to make changes prior to our next meeting and making a decision?
Yes, you do. You can change it, change the information that's in the ordinance, however you see fit. But I do suggest that we do something so that we don't have any mistakes down the line as it relates to a background check.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So the board for moving forward.
Okay. Trustee Steve?
Yes.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Present.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward with the resolution for the consent form for background checks.
All right, thank you so much. Next on the agenda is Mayor's veto. So a lot of people know where I stand as it relates to paying for hotels when you are local in town. I feel that members of this board should either A, pay for them themselves because we do get an expense account, or drive back and forth to the location. I'm gonna read this into record, which is President's veto regarding the November 5th, 2021 attempted action of the Village Board of Trustees. On November 5th, 2021, the Village Board of Trustees approved the payment of the hotel bills on attached Exhibit A. Accept this document as a presidential veto of the payment of the items on Exhibit A. Good village public policy requires that the hotel bills not be paid. Simply, Exhibit A reflects a number of excessive expenses for the village. The approval of this payment is not in the best interest of the village. The village has a property rate of 22.5%, and you can go to www.census.gov. The per capita income for the village residents is only $22,000. Wow, the village has promptly paid all of its bills. The village is far from affluent and all expenses are closely monitored. The village is only 21 miles from the Illinois Municipal League 2021 conference. There are numerous means of public transportation and means to drive to the conference. Numerous of elected officials from a further distance and more affluent municipalities either commuted to the conference or paid for their own hotel rooms. I strongly believe in the village paid for the conference, a decision which I firmly in favor of for the trustees. On the other hand, I am strongly opposed to the indulgence of the trustees set forth in Exhibit A. Clearly, for the reasons set forth above, allowing this matter to proceed will not be in accordance with the best interest of the village that I took, and as such, I am officially vetoing the payment of the item listed in Exhibit A. That's the mayor veto. That's a long veto. That's the mayor veto for the hotel rooms. So that's for the record, and then I'll send this to you, Clerky. Next, we have.
Can I say something about that veto?
Okay. Make your statement, but veto just read into record, and you already know the process. Then you go and you.
Yes, I want to make a statement.
Okay.
How much are we talking about? $700 or $1,000? And you mentioned.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't stay in a hotel. I didn't get a hotel. So what I'm saying is that how can you mention the money that we spent, and you talking about the per capita? Mayor, you spent $15,000 on inauguration that usually costs $100. Did you feel anything about that? Did you feel anything about this concern about money when you spent $15,000 on inauguration? That's the most in the south suburbs for inauguration. So it's a little hypocritical when you can spend $15,000 for inauguration, but the trustees will go to for some training and maybe $1,000. I think you got to get out your feelings, Mayor. Stop being so petty. This is small. This is nothing. You can't do petty stuff like this and then say, let's work together. This is just petty, but that's my statement.
Okay, so nothing's petty about what I'm doing. For the record, we do not pay for local stuff, and you should know more than anybody sitting on this board with the previous mayor. When it's local, we never pay, meaning the village, for our hotels. We paid out of pocket. Everyone gets an expense account. You guys had $5,000 in your expense account to pay for your hotels, let alone more people that went was basically upgrading hotels, eating at Kitty O'Shea's. Like, it's ridiculous. You cannot use the taxpayer dollars to just pay for hotels. The whole point of going to anything is to go and get educated, not necessarily go and sleep on. I'm totally against that. So inauguration do not cost $100 for the record. So let's be clear on that. And not only that, I did make history, sir. So you guys can keep bringing it up, keep pondering it, keep doing whatever you feel you need to do. But right now we're talking about these hotel bills that you guys voted for to pay for your own hotels. Who does that? So all I'm saying to you is I'm vetoing it. That's where we are. I left it where it was at by just reading the veto so we can move on. You guys are welcome to overturn the veto at the next board meeting like anything else. That's where we are. And if you didn't go, well, why are you even speaking on it? You didn't go. So that means I wasn't speaking to you, trustee. And you always state how I talk to y'all, but y'all never hear me crying up here about how y'all talk to me. And I was talking about be respectable, don't talk to me like little kids, but y'all say sideways stuff to me. But guess what? We all adults, right? But I don't cry about it. I just take it and then I say my comments for y'all. But when I dish it back out to you, people got a problem with it. Stop dishing stuff that you can't take when I throw it back because you're going to be in your feelings. So please stop it. Moving on, mayor's report. So I wanted to announce my quarterly virtual town hall meeting is this Wednesday, November 17th at 7 p.m. So tune in. It will be live streamed on the village YouTube. So all those questions that a lot of people want answers to or comments to, I will address everything at that meeting. It's Thanksgiving season, and I'm so thankful for everyone. Remember, kiss and love on each each other because life is so short. You never know what will happen. So remember to give thanks and keep God first. And remember, stop placing judgment on people because you never know when Judgment Day will be for you. I am hosting a turkey Thanksgiving giveaway this Saturday, November 20th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Melly Fitness. So make sure you come out, or you can go to our village website and register. You can either go to vodolton.org, or you can go to or call my assistant 708-297-6859. Again, the number 708-297-6859. I have surpassed the 500 turkey giveaway. We are now currently at 1,000 for turkey giveaway. So if you need the food, please come out. Anybody that's in need of food, you live in Dolton, please come out and get it. I also have food baskets and other things for you too. So please come out and get these resources. Next, I am especially thankful for the seniors of Dolton. They went through a lot during COVID. And for that, I want them to know that I'm hosting a Thanksgiving dinner on Tuesday, November 23rd from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Dolton Park. Again, seniors, come on out this, next week. We'll say this week. Next week, November 23rd from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Dolton Park District for the senior Thanksgiving dinner. As I announced before, the Village of Dolton won the $2,500 from the Commonwealth Edison Powering the Holiday Grant Competition. I am hosting a special tree lighting ceremony, which will celebrate diversity on Saturday, December 4th at 6 p.m. in the Menards parking lot near Lincoln and Sibley. Again, this is December 4th at 6 p.m. in the parking lot of Menards near Lincoln and Sibley. We will light up the tree on Sibley near the exit from the Bishop Ford Expressway. And we are asking that the businesses of Dolton to do something special for the patrons that day. So we will be all celebrating the holiday with some holiday cheer throughout the town. So make sure you come out. Next, we are having a holiday decoration competition for the homes in Dolton. The judging will take place on Sunday, December 12th through Friday, December 17th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And the winners of the first, second, and third places will be announced on Saturday, December 18th. So start getting your decorations together, and you can register by allowing us to judge your home. But again, go to village website to register or call my assistant 708-297-6859. Again, 708-297-6859. Register on the website or give her a call or come into Village Hall and sign up your home. The amnesty program is on the way. I'm so grateful for that. A lot of people are putting in their applications. It goes on until December 7th. So come into Village Hall and fill out your form, and you can get penalties waived by paying your account up to date or get on a payment plan so that you will not get shut off. So again, amnesty program for the water bill. Come into Village Hall so you can get those wonderful perks we have. As stated earlier, starting December 6th, you can apply for up to $1,500 to pay your water bill through CEDA. Again, December 6th, that's when it starts. You can apply to pay for your water bill up to $1,500 through CEDA. You will be able to use that money towards your amnesty program plan as well. So it's up to you. Make sure you come get these resources while they last. The next, the request for a proposal for the annual audit for the year ended in April 30th of 2021 is out on the website and it's being advertised in the newspaper. If you know a qualified certified public accounting firm, please have them go out to our website to obtain the RFP. Responses are due by Monday, November 29th. Again, responses are due by Monday, November 29th. If you want to be considered, please apply. Got one more thing. Yep. So I'm still stating this, but I'm working with the Board of Trustees. We are still coming up with something. We should have something for December board meeting regarding the American Rescue money of how it will be spent. The village was awarded $1.5 million, and I would like to give it to the business district and also residents of Dolton. Some of the suggestions was to help you pay your water bills. In the business district, if you were shut down during COVID and you can prove it, we will give you money as well. So I just need the Board of Trustees to still take information and figure out how you would like to write the plan for it. I'm going to send a draft out to you this week, and that way you guys can start working on if you for it, we want to change something, so we can start putting a dollar amount attached to each resident and attached to each business owner. So now they can come up with how do they go about applying for it. I would love to initiate it because we only got one more board meeting. It's in December. And then after that, we're off into the new year. So then come the new year, we can basically hit the ground running and give away money to residents that's truly, truly needed. That's it for Mayor's report. We have citizens address, and just so everyone know that's on here, we also have a closed session. So everyone will exit when we do closed session, and then the board members and attorneys will stay on, but all the department heads will exit after that. Citizens address, Ontario, floor is yours.
Checking the email from in our communications box. There are no emails for the citizens address.
Okay. Next, where are we at? Citizen executive session. So can I have a motion to go into closed session?
And is this only for litigation matters, just to confirm and to be clear for the record?
Yes, it's on here. It's on right. Yep, for the purposes of discussing pending litigations.
So Mayor, let me ask a quick question. Do we adjourn this meeting?
No.
Or does this meeting continue in an executive session?
It does. It does.
Okay, gotcha.
So moved to go to executive session.
Second, can you call the roll for closed session?
Sure. Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Aye.
Motion passed.